as we begin our program for today, day one of the annual Township Economy Summit and Expo. Please do join us. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. Grab your seat. Grab your seat. Ushers, please assist in getting everyone inside so we can begin our program. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Cecil. How are you, Cecil? Got some fuel for us? Got some oil for you. You've got some oil and fuel for us? Thank you so much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please come inside. We're about to begin the program. Please join us inside. Grab your seat before it's too late. Ushers, please assist in bringing everyone inside. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? You look incredible. Please join us inside. Touch detergents in the house. Always lovely to see you. Please grab your seat before it's too late. Again, this is day one of the 6th annual Township Economy Summit Expo right here in Tembisa. In a couple of minutes, the show starts. Exhibitors as well, you can join us inside. Leave one person at the exhibition and come and join us inside. A couple more minutes left before we kickstart our program. If you can, please join us inside. One more time, please join us inside. Program. All right, thank you so much. I did say that time waits for no one, so we have to begin our program. I think more and more entrepreneurs, not that I think, I know, that they will join us. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we begin, please give yourselves a round of applause for being here this morning, for making it on time. Come on, I think you can do better than that. Ishapeling Matoho. And would love more and more of you to join us. Ladies at the back, please join us. Please, can we just fill in the seats here in the front so those who join us from the back will not disturb. All right, let's kickstart our program. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hello, good morning. How are we all doing today? Fantastic. Before we start, I need you to look at the person on your left, on your right, say to them, you look better than the last time I saw you. You look better than the last time I saw you. Don't ask where you saw me, you just look better today. We're going to kickstart our program. The countdown is over. The wait is over. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? I can't hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? On my left, are you ready? In the middle, are you ready? On my right, are you ready? Are you ready? Fantastic. You're at the right place at the right time. Please, can we all stand as we begin our program? Please, can we all stand as we begin our program? All right, it is showtime. If you're here for the first time, please can I see your hand? Okay, you're at the right place. You are at the right place. For those of you who have been part of the team, you know how we start our program. We start the program with a lot of energy. So we're going to do a countdown from 10 up until 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When we get to 1, I say hashtag, you say join us for tea. I say hashtag, you say? Come on, a bit more energy. I say hashtag, you say? So the first hashtag is join us for tea. The second hashtag is together beke libeke. Oh, you got it? So the first hashtag is? Come on. The first hashtag is? The second hashtag is? I'm king. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together beke libeke. So the first hashtag is? The second hashtag is? Even if you're coming alone and you're single today, you can say together. Are we together? All right, so I need the hands up. That's why I said you must be free. Hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. As if you're being arrested. Hands, hands, hands. All right, so from 10 up until 1. Hands up, both. Hands up, hands up, hands up. Let's go. Are we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Fantastic. They must be jealous. They must want to come inside. So I need the hands up here. Here. From 10 up until 1, right? Are we ready? With me. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag. Hashtag. Hey, it looks like today is going to be a long day today. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together beke libeke. Are we together? Let's do it one more time. Give me all the energy that you have. Come on, hands. Let's go, entrepreneurs. Energy. Let's go, hands, yeah. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together beke libeke. One more time, as loud as you can. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together beke libeke. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together beke libeke. Ishapele matso. Give yourselves a round of applause. Come on. Fantastic. I wanted us to do it one more time. Because I'm still not happy with the energy. I understand that it's hot. Can we do it one last time? Okay, let's go. One more time. Hands up. They must hear us. One more time, as loud as we can. Let's go. Hands up. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Entrepreneurs, let's go. Future millionaires, let's go. Future billionaires, let's go. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together beke libeke. One more time. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together, back at it. That's what I'm talking about. Ishapeleng matsoho. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much. You can have a seat. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together, beke libeke. A very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. More and more people are coming. Can I see by a show of hands those of you who are excited to be here for the next day or two? Even if you're not excited, but the friend said, let's go. You're like, yeah. I heard there's something happening. I'm going. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Welcome to the 6th annual Township Economy Summit and Expo. This is the major gathering of Township Entrepreneurs. We've got entrepreneurs coming from Khayelitsha, from Uppington, from Limpopo. I met a gentleman who's coming from Sebokeng. It's just entrepreneurs, Township entrepreneurs coming together to learn, to network, to connect, and to have a good time. So you're at the right place at the right time. I'd like to say a big welcome to our online audience. Thank you so much for joining us. Please let us know who you are. If you're watching online, who are you? Where are you joining in from? Which township are you coming from? That you're joining us from. And let's give our online audience a round of applause. Come on. We can do much better than that. Online audience, I'm encouraging you, do stay with us. Tell us who you are, where you're tuning in from, and what is it that you're looking forward to in the next 2 days. We are coming to you live this morning from a township called Tembisa. 1632. Anybody here from Tembisa? Tembisa? Kaslamakasi. 1632. That is where we're coming to you live from this morning. And my name is Pusiso Joshua Mulimi. I have the privilege today of being your MC, and we're going to have a good time. A couple of house rules before we introduce our first speaker. Please make sure that your phones are on silent. Please make sure that your phones are on silent. Secondly, the bathrooms. If you need the bathrooms on my right-hand side, you will see there is a passage right behind the street cleaning bicycle. Right there is where you can go if you do need the bathrooms. All right, and then on social media, I've seen some of you have been posting already, sharing the love. You're going to be doing some takeaways today as well. Please use our 2 hashtags for today. The first one is, come on. The first one is, join us for tea. The second hashtag is, together Bekele Beke. So when you're posting, you're sharing on social media, Facebook, Instagram, we encourage you, use those 2 hashtags. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together Bekele Beke. And we've got a lot of prizes to give away today. By show of hands, those of you who love prizes, can I see your hands? You don't know what the prize is, you just love a prize. Hands. If you love a prize, we've got prizes galore to give away today. So I'm encouraging you, do engage in our social media platforms. And talking about prizes, I would like to give away our first prize for today. Our first prize for today is for the first person to arrive. Do you think it's you? You don't know. So, Edward. Is Edward here? Edward is the first person to arrive. Edward is here. He's sitting in the front. Please can we give a round of applause to Edward? Edward, please can you come to the front, my brother? We've got a gift to give away. Come on, guys. This is our first person to arrive. We've got a prize that we're going to give away there. There's a T-shirt prize that we're going to give away to you. Thank you so much. I heard that you came here last night. You booked in BNB. You ran here. We encourage you. We love you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Edward Matsoho. This is the first person to arrive. You get the first gift, and we'll make sure that we get the gift to you. 2 more announcements to our speakers. When you enter the stage, please make sure that you enter On those stairs, on my left, yeah, it's my left, and on your right. Please do not come through the main stage. On my right and on my left. And then lastly, it's energy, energy, energy. All right? Are we together? Are we together? Come on, I can't hear you. Are we together? Let me take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome onto stage, just to do the opening. Bulelani, Mr. Get Things Done, Balabala, to set the stage, to do the opening, and then we keep going. Bulelani, Balabala, Mr. Get Things Done. Tarim Shapeleng Mato, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bulelani, Mr. Get Things Done, Balabala, as he comes on stage to do the opening. Come on, 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 come on. Can we get the mic, please? Hashtag join us for tea, hashtag together, Bekelebeke. More and more entrepreneurs are coming in. You're at the right place at the right time. Bulelani, over to you, my brother.
Yeah, I'm obviously the extra large version of that product. So just a quick one from me. Thank you so much for coming. We had about 1,800 people that registered to be here. 60 small business exhibitors. It's an exciting thing for us because this comes at the back of the work we've done over the past, 2 years, about 10 years. But over the past 2 years, we've really ramped up our efforts in our partnership with Netbank, going Kasi. We've got something we call the Kasi Business Workshops. There we've directly impacted, over 36,000 township entrepreneurs, And this cuts across, democratizing access to opportunities, information, as well as grant funding, I think we've funded over 2 million to pitch winners. Small businesses who have come to exhibit, we've procured goods from them, I think to almost R1 million, including the service providers that we've used, because everywhere we go, we localize the procurement. And I think for that, we've then continued with the ethos in bringing everyone into this room, and very grateful to all the stakeholders, Kazang, very grateful to the guys at MasterCard, WRC, for joining us along for this journey, in singularity of mindset, the guys at CCPSA, Brand South Africa, and all the different stakeholders, and they are amazing speakers that gave away their Friday, their Thursday to say we're going to spend time out here, and all the amazing exhibitors. But for me, I'm not going to give you long speeches. I'm going to just ask you for two things. The person next to you, you might not know them, but that might be the most important person. Take the time to meet them. If you came here with a boyfriend, husband, sister, mother, or whatever, leave them for a little bit. Find at least 5 people that you will meet and engage with. Because over the years, I've realized that, and think about it this way. We're doing this event here, this amazing summit, in 2 days. In 3 days, there'll be an award. It's a come and a go. But the one thing that we've been able to measure out with our workshops is that 68% of the people who attend do business with each other when we do the post-event feedback. But that's not us who do that. It's you. When you decide to actually go and meet people, then it makes this come and go event more amazing because you were able to find people that you could actually do business with. Today is not about us. It's not about the team. It's not about any stakeholder. Today is actually about you, being able to find the people that you actually either supply, do business with, learn from. The main thing, because throughout the year with our Kasi Business Workshops, we run training on marketing, digital sales, technology, digitizing your business, financial systems, and all that stuff. Today really is a day to meet people, aggregate opportunities, learning information, and market access through the different engagements that we'll have today. But most importantly, have fun. And if you don't have money to buy from the exhibitors, do the second best thing, which in actual fact is normally the better than buying sometimes. Take a picture of their product, put it on your Instagram, your Facebook, your X, your Twitter, and all the social media platforms, and tag them with their contact numbers. Because you never know who their customers are on your timeline that might be able to support them. That is the only way we can build, and the only way we'll be able to build an inclusive economy, is when we stop undermining that 5 rand or 6 rand that we have and start to understand that 2 rand or 3 rand is power. The second thing after that we need to do is be deliberate about where we distribute it to. The moment we're being very deliberate about that, then we then start the process of building an inclusive economy. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand over back to Sbu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Bulelani Balabala. Kuparam Shapelang Matso. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. It is through our partnership with Netbank that we've been able to impact 80,000 plus individuals globally. 6,400 and more have attended physically, and the rest have participated online. So we are global. I see more and more entrepreneurs are coming in. And if you're wondering what is the theme for the summit for the next 2 days, our theme is very clear. Inclusive economy future. Economic future, rather. Please, can we say it together? Inclusive economic future. Please, can we say it together? Inclusive economic future. And our 3 pillars for the next 2 days are very simple. Number 1, information sharing. Number 2, opportunities. And number 3, market access. Those are our 3 pillars for the next 2 days. Number 1, information sharing. Because a lot of us are sitting here with incredible products, but there's certain information that we need to take our businesses to the next level. It's information. Number 2, opportunities to network, to meet new people. And number 3, you've got the product, you've got the information. How do you now get the access to the market? Those are 3 pillars for the next 2 days. We'll be unpacking sectors that are driving growth in our township: the green economy, manufacturing, wholesale and retail, technology, and construction. So we're going to have a good time. There is a bank which we love. This bank is a specialist at making you see money differently. It's the Green Bank. It's Netbank. Netbank is running a competition. Can I see by show of hands those of you who said you are interested in winning something? You love prizes. You love prizes. You love prizes. Even if you don't, just put your hand up. But you know, once the person on your left and on your right gets a prize, when you want the prize? You love a prize? You love a prize? So you want to listen attentively. Netbank is running this competition. It's the Netbank Android POS device competition. Those of you who are entrepreneurs, I'm going to be needing your hands up a lot because I need you engaged. Those of you who are entrepreneurs looking for a tool to save you time and make it easy for you to run your business. Are you that entrepreneur? Let me see hands. The length at which you put your hand is a dictation of the confidence that you have in your answer. Can I see the hands up again? You're looking for a tool to save you time and make it easy for you to run your business. Is that you? Is that you? Fantastic. So listen. Some of the features of the Android POS device features: fast onboarding, end-to-end digital process, number 1. Number 2, cost effective. Number 3, same day. Not 2 days or 24 hours or 36 hours or 72. Same day settlements to help you manage your cash flow. Number 4, entrepreneurial friendly. If that's talking to you, this is what you need to do. Are you with me? Then you need to enter the competition. Please look on stage, on screen rather. You'll see what you need to do. Log on to, if you are a Netbank client, you log on to Netbank app, go to the applications, select apply for card machines and payment solutions, fill in your details, and you pay the once-off fee of 1,699. But I said to you, there's a competition. You could be one of the 10 lucky winners to receive 100% rebate on your purchase. Did you hear what I just said? So, you could be one of the 10 lucky winners to receive 100% rebate on your purchase. 10 people will get this device for free. 10. If you're one of those 10 people, let me see your hands. Let me see. I'm seeing more than 10 hands. I'm seeing more than 10 hands. And I get how it's all. You're saying, I'm going to go and buy. I'm going to enter the competition. I'm going to log on to the Netbank app, and I'm going to purchase this Netbank Android POS device system. These winners will be randomly selected and announced on Friday afternoon. So if you're entering today, you want to make sure that you are here tomorrow. Because if you don't come tomorrow, then it's gone. Are you with me? Show of hands, those of you who are entering the competition. Let me see the hands again. Let me see the hands. The cameras are here. Why have the hands gone down? Let me see the hands. Hands, 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 hands. All right, so you could be one of the lucky 10 winners to receive this netbank Android POS device feature. I have the privilege now, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce onto stage an incredible, powerful woman by the name of Lizzy Male. Passionate, fun, loves the township, loves entrepreneurs. She has 23 years of working experience across multiple industries and multinationals: banking, management consulting, risk consulting, tax, and consumer research. I'm talking about Lizzy Male. In her current role at Nedbank, one of her key focus areas is developing strategies that help the bank to find growth opportunities and create a sustainable and competitive business. She enjoys working on the purpose-driven initiatives like the Township Economy, Female Economy, Green Economy, and helping clients better manage their money. She's in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for Lizzy Male. Come on, come on, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lizzy Male.
Tembisa. You guys are good? Yeah, it's quite a privilege and an honor to be here, to be in this place. And I think someone was saying we must constantly remind ourselves as we celebrate the township economy to say, actually, it's not Tembisa, it's Tembisa. It's a promise. This place represents a promise. And I think it's about each and every one of us in this room as we start rewriting the history of who we are, as we start rewriting the history of what township economy is all about. And I hope all of you in this place are energized, are ready to be able to be part of rewriting, especially as we go through the Township Economy Summit that actually is talking about driving inclusive growth. To say we know as a society, we will never prosper. As businesses, we'll never prosper unless we do it together with the communities and the townships that we are part of. And that anchors what Nedbank is all about. As a purpose-driven organization, we pride ourselves as being financial experts who do good. And what anchors us is knowing that doing good is good business. It's knowing that as a business, there is no way we will prosper unless we make sure that the communities, the townships within which we are part of, that we have always been part of, we transform with the transformation that's happening within the spaces that we are in. We progress with the progress that the communities in the townships are experiencing. We win with the wins that the communities within which we are operating are winning. And that, for us, is one of the important aspects and elements why we partnered with Township Entrepreneurs Association to make sure that, we are immersed in the townships. In 2019, as Nedbank, we took a study to say we've been in townships for a very long time, but it's about time we change the perspective and the lens within which we are seeing the township economy. And that research was very simple. As a bank, we said, look, we're not going to approach the township as a bank. We just need to understand, what does the township value? What does value mean and look like for the township? And how is that value being exchanged within the township ecosystem? And most importantly, what are the social drivers that drive township economy? You can imagine it was quite an eye-opener for us, because we always say money makes the world go round and round, but we found that's not always the case. We found that sometimes social capital played a bigger role than financial capital in the township economy. Social capital became the glue and the strength that enables township economies to stand on their own, play by their own rules, and create a working system that works uniquely and differently for them. And that's what got us to partner with a partner like T. You look at today, look at the kind of space that we are in. Probably most of you don't know that this is a space that's not used. This is a space that's not used. The T team said, rather than going to Midrand, it would have been easy to go to Midrand, to go to Kempton Park, to find an already, existing, venue, pay exorbitant money. But they said, we're going to invest money in our kasi. We're going to take a space that looks like it's not being used and turn it into this, world-class facility that you are sitting in today. And that for us is that level of imagination. As Martin Luther King said, I have a dream that one day we will create the Wakanda of townships. We will imagine, what does the Wakanda of township look like? One day we would have a unicorn that comes from a township in South Africa. That's the kind of dream that I live in. And I pray to God that it happens in my lifetime. That each and every one of us sitting in this place, we are sowing seeds to trees that maybe we might not even sit under, but we know that are trees that are building legacy and creating sustainability for the future. So I want to challenge the corporates, big corporates that are in this place. Let's allow ourselves to be challenged. Let's change the lens within which we are looking at the township economy. Let's try and put on a new lens. Let's try and explore and tap into unknown territory and allow ourselves to immerse deeply and understand what that is all about. Let's allow ourselves to create space that, because we don't know what we don't know, we might win, we might fail, but if we do fail, that we will fail forward. That if we do fail, we will learn from the failures that we have. But one thing about it is, as Pele Amandla, we will never give up as big corporates. That's what I want to challenge the big corporates around. Say, let's not give up. It might not work out the way that sometimes we think it will. And boy, when the winds come, the winds are very big. May those winds fuel the efforts that we are riding and we are driving in the township economy. To the government sector, the regulators who are in this place, let's challenge ourselves. As people who are custodians of creating and drafting rules, you are also custodians of changing and shaping those rules. Let's look at how do we make life easy for township economy businesses. How do we address those pain points that are, curbing and limiting the impact and the growth that we may see within the township economy? If it's within your space, if it's within your control, please change it. Let's make life easy and a bit different to the township economy businesses. And to the entrepreneurs in the space, we see your resilient spirit. We see your hunger to make a difference. We see your hunger to deliver with impact. And may you continue. And don't go on this journey alone. Partner with one another. Connect with one another. Do business with one another. Collaborate with one another. Grow with one another. And most importantly, honor your commitments. Honor your words. It's up until each and every one of you in this room raises the standard of delivery, that you are not raising it just for your business, but you're raising it for the township economy in South Africa. So I want to remind you that when you do your business, you don't just stand for yourself. You are standing for a community, for an economy that has the right to play, but sometimes scores its own goals. Don't be the one to score the own goal for the township economy. Deliver when you have a service given to you. Raise the bar. Improve the customer experience. Connect with your clients. Build a story with your clients. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, if you are online and you say, I don't run a business, or you're in this room, you say, I don't run a business, I think Bulelani said it quite clearly. Let's learn to promote our own brands. There are exhibitors that are outside. For those of us in this room, let's buy from them. If they're selling something you don't need, buy for your neighbor, buy for your kid, buy for your aunt. Or if you can't buy, at least take a picture and take them online. Say, I was at the Township Economy Summit and I saw this business. I liked what they do. I just want to give them a shout out. You want to know more about them. This is their Instagram tag. Each and every one of us can play a role. For those of you online, let's also share with us also what's your business, what you're doing, how you're driving about, and let's tap into that energy to be able to drive it. And lastly, let's tap into our imagination. May the next 3 days, the 2 days of the summit and the day of the gala dinner, where we recognize and honor those township entrepreneurs, tap into your imagination. Together, let's imagine what could the Wakanda of township economy look like, and what role can each and every one of us play. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask them to play a video from Netbank that just showcases how we live this brand and what we are doing. And let's enjoy the 2 days. Let's connect, let's share, and let's continue building and growing the township economy. Thank you.
Right, I think we just have a bit of technical issues. We'll sort that out and make sure that that video plays again. Thank you so much, Lizzy Male. Oh, it's playing.
When I'm working, yeah, I know I'm gonna be the man who's working hard for you. When the money comes in for the work I do, I pass almost every penny on to you.
If I had had more time, I would have spent it on the things that really matter.
Yeah, let's go ahead. We can clap. Feel free to clap. Feel free to clap. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together one more time for Lizzy Male, Managing Executive for Insights and Advisory at NetBank, Retail and Business Banking. Let's tap into our imagination, honor your word, and honor your commitment. Next up, we have the Honorable Nomadlozi Nkosi, MMC for Economic Development. Please, from the city of Ekurhuleni, please can you come on stage? Nomadlozi Nkosi, MMC for Economic Development. Let's give her a round of applause. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Nomadlozi Nkosi, MMC for Economic Development, City of Ekurhuleni. Over to you, ma'am. The podium is coming, it's on its way. Let's get your mic. MMC, you look great. You look incredible. But next time, you will fake the green.
In. Why am I ngifake green? Oh. Kusho ukuthi uyalwazi udaba ne? Sanibonani.
The podium is coming.
And good morning. I think the podium will find me on the way.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much to our online audience as well. Those who are watching online, tell us what is it that you've taken away? What is it that you're looking forward to? Thank you so much. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together Bekele Beke. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Sanibonani. Marangathi nikhathele kuseni kaso. Are you fine? Serious? Mele sibone ukuthi you are business people and we are always ready to hit the ground running. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Nomadlo Zinkosi. As you would have mentioned, I'm the MMC responsible for developmental planning and real estate, which is 3 departments that talks to your city planning, economic development, and real estate. And I'm here on behalf of the Executive Mayor, Ubaba Unkosindiphile Xhakaza. And while I'm here, Program Director, he gave me some notes and he said to me, you don't say anything outside of these notes that I'm giving you. So I have to read what he sent me. To all members that are here from different spheres and business people, and also Ubaba Ubulelani, and also the netbank executives that are here, the Lisaka Technologies Transformation Leadership in South Africa, the Akane Retirement Fund and administrators, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense joy and heartfelt enthusiasm that I stand before you at this remarkable Township Economy Summit and Expo, an event that promises the path towards an inclusive and prosperous economic future for all of us. Today, under the inspiring theme, Inclusive Economic Future, we embark on a journey together, a journey marked by optimism, innovation, and collaboration. We gather not just as individuals, but as a collective force, a vibrant tapestry woven from diverse cultures, talents, dreams, and aspirations, with the overarching goal of strengthening our township economies and enterprises. From the bustling streets of our townships to the quieter corners of our communities, we find remarkable stories of resilience, creativity, and potential. The township economy is not merely a segment of the larger national economy. It is the heart of our communities and the bedrock of sustainable development. It is a fertile ground where ideas flourish, where skills are honed, and where determination drives innovation. Our townships are rich in potential. This is where we discover local artisans turning raw materials into stunning works of art. Small businesses that provide crucial services, and entrepreneurs whose ideas and revolutionize industries under the capable and diligent stewardship of our Honorable Executive Mayor, Ubaba Unkosindiphile Xhakaza. Our administration has adopted six pillars to guide our efforts for the remainder of the potential of the term. These pillars focus on the following. The first one is provision of quality and sustainable services for all residents. The second one is the rebuilding of a robust financial base to support cities' development. The third one is essential repair and maintenance of public facilities. The fourth one is invest in critical infrastructure partnership with the private sector. The fifth one, which is the most important one, is to promote economic development and job creation, particularly in the Erythropolis and revitalization of the manufacturing sector. Pillar number 5 of the priorities speaks firmly to these commitments of ensuring that we promote economic development and job creation, particularly the Erythropolis and revitalization of the manufacturing sector. The city of Ekurhuleni is poised to become a leading economic hub, particularly through its ambitious Erythropolis initiative. The development seeks to leverage the strategic location of OR Tambo Airport, with the stimulating growth across diverse sectors, including logistics, aviation, and manufacturing. The Erythropolis aims to create a seamless integration of transport and urban development. Through these initiatives, the city is set to transform a dynamic center of innovation and commerce. As a government, it is imperative that we address the rising incidence of food poisoning, and emphasize the importance of safeguarding our local businesses. We urge each and every one of us and everyone that is out there, including our communities, that let us protect our economy. And we also urge our community not to register illegal foreigners, because we tend to be the fronters of these people. It's us that register the spaza shops on their behalf. And when we go out here, let us educate our communities that they can do it. We can do it as South Africans. We can occupy this space. But what we're coming up with as the city of Ekurhuleni is a policy to regulate the spaza shops. And everyone and the property owners that allow illegal people to use their own spaces will be held liable. Because these people come to our yards, we give them the space, we allow them to build garages so that they can do business. Because we think we can't do it as South Africans. But we have a potential of making sure that we occupy that space. So we're encouraging each and every one of us that is here, that let us stand up. Let's occupy the space. Moreover, we must remember that the future of our township economy is inextricably linked to the health of our community as a whole. As we forge ahead, let us advocate for programs that provide training, mentorship, and resources to aspiring entrepreneurs. We need to invest in education, ensuring that our young people are equipped with the skills they need for tomorrow's workforce. Creating an inclusive economy means prioritizing opportunities for everyone, regardless of their color and background. As I conclude with my address, I urge each and every one of you to take advantage of these connections for you to forge ahead. Share your stories, network with one another, and collaborate on new ideas. Together, let us build a future where our township economy not only survives, but strives. A future where every enterprise, no matter how small, is recognized for its potential to contribute to the broader economic landscape. In the upcoming week, the city of Ekurhuleni is set to host the Ekurhuleni Investment Conference that is going to start on the 26th up until to the 28th of November. This is an important gathering where we shall gather all big businesses, corporates, investors, both local and international, to invest in our cities and investment destination. We hope and pray that some of your products can serve as a big investment that we seek to secure. Thank you for being here today, for believing in the power of the township economy, and for your commitment to creating an inclusive economic future. Together we can accomplish incredible things. Let us seize this moment, let us engage, let us empower, and let us elevate. You are all welcome to the Township Economy Summit. Let us make history together. For history remembers only the brave. You are all welcome to the city of Ekurhuleni, the city of peace. Let's make sure that we make this summit a progressive and an inclusive summit. Let us hold each other's hand and make this summit to thrive, because we believe in you as the city of Ekurhuleni, and we are all welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Siyabonga kakhulu, an economy that doesn't only survive but thrive. Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Nomadlozi Nkosi, MMC for Economic Development in the city of Ekurhuleni. Please let's put our hands together one more time for the MMC. All right, are we still together? Fantastic. Next up, I have the privilege of introducing Puluko Liteka. Puluko is an influential entrepreneur and a private equity investor. As the founder and CEO of IDF Capital, Pulu has driven groundbreaking investments into women-owned SMMEs across South Africa and Africa. Her co-founded firm, Alifia IDF, furthers a mission by investing in high-growth, woman-led businesses across sub-Saharan Africa. With a background spanning corporate finance, investment banking, and public policy, she has led transformative projects like South Africa's first codes of good practice on BEE, broad-based economic empowerment. Those of you who used to watch that show called The Dragon's Den, can I see by show of hands those of you who used to watch it? Dragon's Den, ne? There was that lady, very quiet, but very powerful. She's with us in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for Pulu Liteka. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this incredible individual and entrepreneur. Come on, entrepreneurs, we can do much better. Where's the energy? Where's the energy? Where's the energy? Hashtag join us for tea, hashtag together, Bekelebeke. Auspulu, thank you so much for joining us. Can we remove this?
Yes, can I not have a podium?
Would you like it?
No, I don't want it.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll wait for the podium to be moved because I want to engage. I don't want a barrier between me and engaging with you. I'm actually Mohau Pololeteka. That's my full name. So MMC, I'm a former government official. So when I prepared for my speech today, I came with all manner of policy recommendations based on, in 2021, I also serve as the president of something called the Association of Black Securities and Investments Professionals. So when we had the riots in 2021, we actually did a series of township imbizos. We actually came to the city of Ekurhuleni as well. And we came out of those imbizos. We did it across the country with very clear policy proposals. So as you were speaking, I was like, oh, there goes my speech. And then I thought, well, I'm an entrepreneur. And as an entrepreneur, you have to think on your feet. But I speak with you today as someone who grew up in the township, someone who grew up in a rural area, an African girl who the world had declared for centuries could not amount to much other than being a maid, at best a teacher, at best a nurse. We started our business in 2008. When we started, the problem we're trying to solve was access to capital for black entrepreneurs in South Africa and women in particular. The first fund size that I managed was 50 million rand. So when you're in the fund management space and you manage 50 million rand, it means you can't pay salaries because your income comes from management fees. But the township girl believed that we could grow this business internationally. And today, as we speak, we're managing 2.8 billion rand from 50 million rand. And I share this story because this could be the story of anyone in this room in a few years' time, if you're not there yet. Coming from the township does not mean you have to confine your business to the township. You can start it there, but it doesn't mean it has to be a township business. I actually want to challenge the notion of township businesses or township economies. I think you start where you are, but that's not necessarily where you end. So in realization that the MEC had taken my speech, I thought, let me give a masterclass rather, which I think will be of benefit to a lot of entrepreneurs here. And the masterclass is really premised on I as an investor. So I'm both an entrepreneur, but I'm also an investor in high growth entrepreneurial businesses. And we get a lot of approaches from businesses, rural areas, urban areas, even township areas. And a lot of the time people say, oh, but you're always saying no. And I thought a masterclass in what needs to be true for you to succeed in fundraising might be useful. I hope you agree with me. So, first lesson that I've learned, and I've looked at more than 10,000 businesses in the time that I've been in business. Out of those 10,000 businesses, I've only funded 330 businesses. So I've had to say no to almost 9,700. And I know the mistakes that entrepreneurs make. So firstly, and this is a hard one to swallow, not everybody is an entrepreneur. They say that only 4% of the world population are entrepreneurs. And that's a hard one to swallow because I know that from a policy perspective as a government, we're trying to encourage as much entrepreneurship as possible. But not everybody succeeds in entrepreneurship. That's why more than 80% of startups fail. It's because not everyone has got what it takes. So what needs to be true for you to say you have got the chances of being a successful entrepreneur? I think the first thing is vision. What I mean by that is there's a temptation to start a business because I saw Taboka next door, Abula Spaza shop, I'm going to do the same thing. But there has to be a bigger vision. I often talk about what is the problem you're trying to solve. There has to be a very clear problem that you're trying to solve. That's what your vision is informed by. And your vision is the picture of what success looks like. And I don't know how many entrepreneurs start there to say, this is what the problem is. So my vision, just to give you an idea, is I said, if Americans could establish JP Morgan. JP Morgan was established by one or two men in the early 1900s. Today is one of the most respected banks across the world. My vision is that my business is going to be the JP Morgan of Africa. That's what I'm building towards. Because we need it. In order for us to build industry, we need significant capital to be allocated to African economies. It also takes perseverance, because when you are a big dreamer, like Voyo, the big dreamer, you come across a lot of naysayers, you come across a lot of hurdles. If you're in the township, they'll tell you about the regulations not making it easy for your business to succeed, and all of those other problems that we all know, and I'm not going to regurgitate. So you have to have perseverance, because it means you're going to have to spend your life fighting, and don't give up along the way. You have to lead by example. So oftentimes when we start our businesses, I find that we think I'm the boss and therefore I can arrive at work at 10 when everybody is expected to arrive at 8. Or I produce mediocre work, but I expect excellence from everybody else. People should see excellence from you. People should see integrity from you. People should see hard work from you. And only then will they learn. A successful entrepreneur is somebody who's able to identify opportunities quickly. Because sometimes you start off a business today and you think this is a problem worth solving. But the reality is that when the market gives you feedback, you sometimes have to pivot that business and see new opportunities. You need to be alive to the feedback from the market and ensure that you respond quickly to those opportunities. The ability to build the right team, I can never overemphasize this. Just because you came up with the idea and just because you put in the seed capital, it doesn't mean you are the best person to run your business. I don't know how many entrepreneurs know this. So one of the things that most investors look at is who's the team around you. And if you are the sole person who is energetic about this and has got the vision, but you have not surrounded yourself with the right team, investors are likely to say no. Have a teachable spirit. You don't know it all. Be willing to collaborate, to engage with others, to learn from others. If you do not have that spirit, that's the quickest way to fail. And you have to have a strong drive for success, because as I said, it's not easy. What we also come across a lot of is people come to us with ideas. Ideas are not enough. You need to do your homework, which is, what is the problem that you are trying to solve? How big is the problem? Is it a problem worth solving? Do you have the resources to solve the problem, whether it's financial resources, human resources? Do you understand the market? Do you know what it's going to cost you to find solutions to the problem you're trying to solve? Are people willing to pay for the product or the service that you are wanting to take to market? Systems and processes. I'm an accountant by training. I've done many things in my life. I've been in accounting and auditing. I've been in corporate finance. I've been in government. And now I'm an investor. But the one thing that accounting taught me is the importance of having systems and processes. And I'm not talking about complicated ERP systems. Just, this is how we do things here. We start a process from here, then we move to this stage, and then we move to that stage, so that the outcome is almost guaranteed. I find that a lot of entrepreneurs do things haphazardly and hope for the best and pray. Yes, God is a miracle-working God, but God also wants order. So have order in your business. One of the hardest things that entrepreneurs struggle with, and I think especially in the township areas, I always say start with an exit in mind. An exit could be, if I die, what's going to happen to this business? An exit could be, I want to start with 50 million funds under management. When I get to 10 billion, for me, that will be success. Right? And you build your business towards that exit. Because if you die and you have a wife or a husband and children, you are leaving them with a problem if you've not planned for your death when you have a business. But importantly, thinking about exit right from the beginning means you know what you are working towards, what you are building towards, what milestones you should build for yourself. Very, very important, reward good behavior of the people that work with you. Culture is everything. So build a culture of integrity, a culture of excellence, and do not accept mediocrity. And where people do things well, reward them. Don't be stingy. Invest in your people because you'll get a return on investment. One of the discussions we had when we had these township imbizos was how do we integrate township businesses into supply chains. So just because you are based in Tembisa does not mean you shouldn't be thinking about being a supplier to Tiger Brands or to SAB. Think big. Think beyond just your current circumstances. Understand the funding needs that you have. Sometimes people are looking for debt funding when the businesses that they are actually running are looking for what I call patient capital. So capital that you don't have to pay immediately, like equity. So I do a lot of work in the venture capital and private equity space. We actually run the largest private equity fund on the African continent that focuses on investing in women. And we look for businesses that have got high potential for scale, and they are hungry for cash, and they cannot afford to be servicing that money in the first 3 to 5 years. So we provide them with equity. But some businesses are contract-based. Maybe you've got a contract with a business and you just need working capital for 3 months. Understand what your funding needs are before you go to any funder so that you're not frustrated, because a lot of entrepreneurs end up going to the wrong funders because they actually don't understand what their funding needs are, and they are then having the wrong conversations with investors and funders. In fact, I always say, do your due diligence. We do due diligence on entrepreneurs. Equally, do your DD on any funder that you're going to talk to, so that you know whether your chances of success are high or low. I've spoken about the importance of having the right type of funds, and I cannot overemphasize that, because if you do not have the right type of funding and the right quantum and quantity, I've seen businesses that are capitalized, but because they are undercapitalized, they go under. So think about all of these things. These are the things that I have learned, as I said, as an entrepreneur, as an investor, and these lessons are coming from the mistakes that I've seen many entrepreneurs make. So I hope that you found that useful, and I hope that you've taken some nuggets from what I had to share with you today. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Please, can we put our hands together one more time for Auspulu? The basics, the foundation for any entrepreneur in the house. Thank you so, so much. Not everyone is an entrepreneur. That one always hits me. Because I want to do this thing, but I'm not sure. Am I the one for it? Thank you so, so much. We really, really appreciate it. Did you enjoy that presentation? Please, one more time, a round of applause for Auspulu. We really, really appreciate it. And to our online audience as well, please continue to engage us. Share with us what is it that you've learned. I've seen a couple of messages online as well. A big love to Aus Wendy Silebi, our netbank all the way. Lizzy for president. Thank you so much. Rated Original, we see you. SBI, the big voice of small business, we see you as well online. KMPF, #T, we see you. Thank you so much. Prince Enoch, we see you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Continue engaging us. Continue telling us what is it that you're learning. This is the 6th Annual Township Economy Summit and Expo. We're moving on to our next panel. The power of transportation. Once again, our theme being inclusive economic future. There is no doubt about the fact, ladies and gentlemen, that transport infrastructure, from taxis to delivery bikes, play a pivotal role in the township economy, often filling gaps left by larger logistics services. The following panel discussion will unlock and unpack how innovative transportation solutions are not only essential for business growth, but also for job creation and community upliftment. We've got an incredible panel, experts in their industries. As they come up on stage for our panel, please can we put our hands together for Hudi, delivery ka speed, go ba re mshapeleng matsogo, Hudi Rakhetsi. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we can do better than that. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Delivery ka speed. La mo bona ke. Phala ba bangata tla tso bona bo di LinkedIn, bo di Instagram, bo di what ba fitile ke ba fana ba ko kasi ba mo today. Gona mo Tembisa ta re mshapeleng matsogo. Delivery ka speed. Welcome, my brother. Next up, we've got Sipho Ngumalo from Tita. Sipho Ngumalo from Tita. Thank you so much for joining us. Please come on stage. Please come this way, my brother. Go ba re shapeleng Sipho matsogo. Please, let's put our hands together for Sipho. And then we've got Mr. Tepo Mikao from Brima Logistics. Kotman Tepo, please can you come on stage? I've seen you. You are here. There he is on my left-hand side. Tarim Shapeling Matso. Come on, a bit more energy. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. An expert in the logistics space, Brima Logistics. As you're driving around the country, there's no ways that you'll not see Brima. The largest black-owned logistic company. Been running for 22 years now. Over 2 decades. Incredible. In the Eastern Cape, we see it. And the guys, they always give the pop-up energy. Thank you so much. And then we've got Freddie Mahumane from Kasidi. Freddie. There he is, my brother. Koparim Shapeling Matsoho Liena. Kasidi. Team, please can you assist in moving the podium as we begin our panel discussion. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Much appreciated. So we'll start with you, Mr. Freddie. Bit of a background. Who are you? What do you do? And why transport of all the other industries? Over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Freddie Mahumane, founder and CEO of Kasidi. Kasidi is a last mile fulfillment business that predominantly works in the township. We've started working as well in the urban areas and expanding to other areas across Gauteng, and we're expanding to the Northern Cape very soon. So why transportation, right? The movement of goods is very critical. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that it gives you access and we wanted to give people in the townships access to products that were predominantly not available in the township, but also give exposure to township businesses as well, where we expand their clientele and make sure that they're no longer just serving clients around the township, but they're also serving clients in the surrounding areas of the townships where they belong. So that's who we are, and that's what we do.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. My name is Sipho Umalo. I am from a public entity called the Transport CETA. It's basically Transport Education and Training Authority. So what we do is we are one of the 21 CETAs that are there in the country, divided into different economies or economic sectors. So ours is basically in the transport sector. We deal with all 8 subsectors in the economy, from taxis to aerospace to maritime. I will expand more on those things, I think, as we have the dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Cool. Thank you. My name is Khudi Rachetse, founder and CEO of Delivery Speed, born and bred in Hammanskraal, which is in Pretoria. Why transport? I think, look, when we came into, the space 4 years ago, we saw the gap that, existed between township economy as well as the urban economy, the logistics between the two economies. If it's there, it's quite expensive, or it takes longer for deliveries to get to townships, which excludes quite a lot of people who want to participate in the e-commerce system. We see e-commerce as an equalizer. So for customers as well as producers, we have so many people in the townships who are selling products and they would want to participate in e-commerce. But for them to participate, it takes quite a lot because of the lack of logistics in townships. So we come in as Delivery Speed, where we started as a food delivery app back in 2021, and we've now grown into a holistic logistic company that specializes in township deliveries, doing distributions, courier, as well as last mile. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tsepo?
Morning. I needed to check my watch to make sure it's still in the mornings. My name is Tsepo Mekwa. I'm the founder and CEO of Prima Logistics, a company fast approaching 20 years. We're turning 28 March next year. People often ask me, who am I? I'm a flautist. It's a silver instrument that you play. I love playing that flute whenever I get stressed by this business. I'm also an author, but most importantly, I'm an entrepreneur. And then, who is Prima? Prima is a company that I work for. Founded in 2006, we provide about 4 services, which is clearing and forwarding. So we bring the goods in the country, we warehouse them, and then we provide courier services, which is the 3rd service, and then we also do reverse logistics. This is what started this business. So I am a logistician, and people often ask me, what is the difference between logistics and transport, supply chain? It's another discussion. But I think today we're here to talk about logistics, transportation, which is an enabler of logistics, or what makes logistics a success. We employ over 150 people.
Wow.
With national presence, 7 branches, and it's not a cut and paste, it's who we are. It's who we are. So I'm helped by 3 directors who help me to run this business. I think our previous speaker spoke about legacy businesses. There are legacy businesses existing. I do have another business in the township which has done extremely well. It employs about 14 people, but I think we'll get into that one a bit later today. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep the mic with you, Mr. Tsepo, because you spoke about transportation being an enabler. And so my question to you is then, how can township businesses leverage transportation innovations to scale their operations?
We are still very much challenged. I run a business called Prima Cafe in the township. it's been running there for 14 years. There's some groceries that needs to be delivered in the township. And we're often challenged because, when you get these companies that we procure from to deliver in the township, they'll tell you how rich the township is. But with the big brands moving in the township, we're finding that your ShopRite, you're finding that transportation is evolving now. It's no longer seen as, township deliveries are no longer seen as a very high risky area. Now, I'll quote a simple example. We sell a product called Say Juice. They're somewhere in Naturena there. I couldn't get them to deliver in the township, but eventually I understood that, okay, I run a logistic company. I'll get that logistic company to deliver in the township. It worked. Now, when I wanted to get them to deliver, they said, no, it's risky. And obviously our turnover with them grew, and they realized that they needed to go in the township, because I also convinced them that your Nando's are in the township, and you guys deliver in the township. And then eventually they started to agree. Now, the other day I saw a 6060 delivering in the township and said, now it's in the township. It's happening. The previous speaker spoke about how we can build legacy businesses in the township. Now, I want to touch on a very sore point happening in our township. We know that the spaza shops in the township are largely owned by foreigners. And I'm glad with the discussion going around that we need to take them over. Because if you go around, I've noticed that the Pakistanis are running a seamless distribution. I've watched them and I've noticed them that they will go and procure and they'll have one truck delivering throughout those spaza shops. And I said, well, let's not get into where they buy those things. It's for the law enforcement to look into that. But they run a seamless distribution in the way they deliver their spaza shop. So we need to start taking this over. Because if we start taking over the spaza shop, you'll start seeing your Cassidy now, finding a niche market in the township to deliver. Because I can tell you, your township is a billion, let me put it this way. Billion rands exchange hands in a year. Cash in the township. There's money, there's hardware. That's why you're finding the Mr. D, the other last mile, your Mr. D, your 6060 delivering in the township. So there's a potential and a very huge one which is not being exploited. And I even told my ex, I said, but why is Brima Cafe not delivering in the township when we are outside the township and providing a delivery services in the township? So there's a whole awakening that we need to start talking about ourselves. And we need a platform like this to start engaging and debating and forming forums to be able to take this deliveries in the township further.
Khudi, your thoughts?
Sure. Look, I think in our case, there's been quite a lot of development in townships. There's been quite a lot of retailers moving into townships, and with those retailers, there needs to be distribution, right? Because all these products that they're selling, they need to be delivered to the shelf, right? And they need to be delivered to the last mile customer. And I think with us coming in as Delivery Speed, and I'm happy that Freddie's here, we've been able to partner with big corporates like Spar, where instead of saying, look, let's bring our own delivery company and start delivering into these townships, they would come to us in areas like Hammanskraal, Soshanguve. I think in Spruitview, we also do deliveries for Spar to You, which is similar to Checkers 6060. And that empowers, right? Sure. So transport also, I think the beauty about it is how the skills that you need, to drive a scooter or to drive a truck, they're not as high as, going into corporate. And with the high unemployment rate that we currently face in the township, transport can be, that one economy that can absorb a lot of these young people, which is one of my passions, right? Because when I started Delivery Speed, it was because of COVID. Go back home to Hammanskraal, you see your former classmates sitting by the corners because they didn't have the privilege to go to university like I did. And you went to school with these guys, right? But now they want to wash your car, they call you Grootman, they ask you for 2 rand, and it's sad to see. And for me, that's why we started Delivery Speed, to absorb all these young people who are sitting on the corners, and let's get them a license, let's get them a scooter for them to participate in this economy rather than just watching it pass by. So, and that has also helped, with this whole crime issue in the townships where people are like, is it not risky to deliver in townships? And what we always say is, if Thabo, you grew up with Thabo, you went to church with Thabo, now that he's on a scooter at delivering a speed, why would you take a chance? And that shows the power in hiring local and using, people from the community in our businesses, and that actually does help us, with any of the criminal elements that might come into our areas. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ngomalo, there are entrepreneurs who are sitting here, who are watching online, who are looking for opportunities on how to get funding, or resources to get into the transportation sector. Can you share with them the steps that they can take to access that funding? Where should they go, and what is it that they should look out for?
Okay, thank you for that. I think firstly, I'd like to commend the two gentlemen. And I think they spoke about the last mile delivery projects. So we as a transport sector, since I think COVID, when we saw that most people lost their jobs and also the youth is unemployed, there was a project that we started where we were training unemployed black people, be it male or female. This was as a result of many complaints that we received saying that your Uber drivers or your take-a-lot drivers are mostly foreign nationals. And then so as a SETA, which deals with skills development within the transport sector, then we came up with that last mile delivery project where we trained individuals. We gave them access to having a driver's license. I know that you also spoke of that. Gave them driver's licenses. We gave them access to take-a-lot, gave them access to your SPAs, to your checkers. So we basically had like an MOU with those big corporations to say, after this project, we'd like you to absorb them and show them the ropes, show them the platform that they need to use so that they can be independent business owners and not just workers anymore. So we're empowering them on that. And as part of the project, I think there is a company that we also partnered with that helped with the scooters. So after the program, after we have linked them with like your take-a-lots and stuff like that, the company would come in and do some sort of like financing of the scooters. So they would rent it to them, but it's a rent to buy. So at the end of the program, they are going to own the scooters based on the money that they have made from that project. And you also spoke about accessing to funding.
Sure.
We, as a sector, I see our colleagues from WNR CETA also here. Maybe they would also attest to this. As we do not as yet fund capital or infrastructure requirements. So what we do is we fund anything that has to do with upskilling your own workforce. So currently we have a DG funding window that is open. I would like to encourage all small businesses that are here, whether you're small, medium, or large. I'd like to encourage you to go to TETA's website. It's teta.org.za, and go under discretionary grants. You would see the different funding opportunities that are there for small businesses. We also have a few projects that we have done to uplift the township economy. I would just like to run through maybe one or two of them. We have done, well, I've spoken about the last mile delivery project that was done in Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape. I think currently it's in KZN, so it'll go around all 9 provinces. We have also done a lifeguard and diver skills program, and we have partnered with the municipality in Cape Town, where we trained people from the different townships for them to be qualified divers, for them to be qualified lifeguard personnel. And then I think they ended up being employed by the municipality in helping with the beaches and everything like that. We've also done a tire fitment center. So the tire fitment center was started because, it's in Mpumalanga. We started it because we saw, in as much as we are in transport, cars use tires, and tires is part of, it's an indirect transport sector business, if I may call it that. So we started with that, and then there was a program that we also started in Soweto, where we upskilled a young gentleman to open up his own business to fit tires. Now he's an approved tire fitment center, and they're working with the likes of your BMWs and different insurance companies. I think we've also done, there's also a new venture creation project that we have. So basically, how we fund it is that we go to communities that have identified a need. Say, for example, they want to grow cabbages. So they need to form a cooperative. In them forming a cooperative, we take them through the new venture creation qualification, where they will learn how to manage a business and all those business skills that are needed. And then from there, at the end of the day, they will have a qualification. And we also link them up with funders like your NYDA, your Umsobo, your DTIs, and all those other companies that deal with funding. So after we are done with that, we don't just leave them like that. We link them with those companies so that they can be able to write, I think it's business plans that sell, and also get funding from those corporations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it is quite clear that there are opportunities there for entrepreneurs in the township, who would love to get into the transportation sector. But we cannot speak about the transportation sector and not talk about the power of technology. And I'll hand that over to you, Freddie, to talk about how we could use technology to improve transportation efficiency in the township. How do we do that practically?
I think if you talk about the practicalities of doing that, number one, innovation plays a big role. I think when it comes to technology, innovation becomes the foundation of it. Number two is to have the correct infrastructure to digitize the township as well. Because if we don't have the infrastructure, for example, access to internet services, the correct technology in terms of the phones that we have and so forth, and very importantly, the education that comes with our people in the township to access and use this technology, it will become a very difficult thing. Having had a technology background myself, I feel that we're not where we're supposed to be, especially in the township when it comes to technology. We had to really invest a lot in educating most of our clients when it comes to e-commerce. We, myself, and I think God would attest to that. It's when we introduced our technologies into the township, most of the people were not used to using it. We're probably pioneers in where we started. And so we had to educate them, right? We had to invest a lot in that, in making sure that they have the understanding, the trust as well. But one key thing around technology that we need to understand is technology is supposed to simplify things, not make things complicated. So in order to simplify the township, we really need to not drag our feet when it comes to innovation and, most importantly, digitization of the township itself. So it is very, very important. I think it's an important factor when it comes to being or operating in the township. I think we can talk about your AIs and all of those things, but if we don't get the basics right when it comes to the technology in the township, by digitizing this technology, I mean, I feel one of the reasons why we're having such an issue around sponsor shops and all of that is because they are not digitized. Why can't I, when I buy the product, use technology to see if that product is originally South African, sure, and all of those things, because we already have that kind of technology. When you buy a product at ShopRite Checkers, they scan the product, and the product must be in their system. If it's not in their system, then they're not even going to know how much it costs. They're not going to be any details. So why not use that technology in the township, in the sponsor shops, to say, you can buy whatever product, but you can also on the side scan the product and see if what you've bought is actually very legit. Educate our people on how to read barcodes. We know that South Africa has a systematic design when it comes to barcode. It must start with the number 600, then you know it's South African. Have we educated our people when it comes to that? No, we haven't. So even if we try to implement this technology, if we're not doing it right, it's not going to simplify things, and it's going to complicate things even more.
Incredible. Talking about, I think that you can clap.
Thank you.
You've given us something to think about. Yes, sponsor shops. Amangena you keep your phone and pay with the lento line up our code. We're talking about technology and innovation, and I'll move to you, Hotman Sepo. You've got an incredible technology innovation, the black box. Talk about technology advancement and taking it to the next level. Please share more on what the black box is about, why the black box, what's the vision behind it?
I think we're seeing it with Shane and Timo. You know, the other day I did an exercise. I went online and I bought something from Take a Lot on Friday, and I bought something from Timo. I wanted just to test who's quicker. Take a Lot said delivery next week Thursday. That's like 4 days, 5 days. And Take a Lot is about 18 kilometers away from my warehouse. And then Timo said 10 days from China. Is this mic? Oh, yeah. Then I said to myself, wow. So it takes 10 days for a garment to come from China, and it takes 4 days for something to come out of here. What are the opportunities then? We've seen how your big retail are now cutting costs in terms of getting out of the big malls and moving online. And who's best to take that opportunity when it drops? And I said to my staff, we've got a huge warehouse here. Warehousing is the second service that we provide. So why don't we leverage and take advantage of this? And then we've created a black box, e-black box. And how we came about e-black box is, it was not my idea, it was one of my staff. He said to me, listen, I said, finish the book, and I said, we're going to get this book into what is this book? Take a Lot and those distributors. But the margins were quite huge. And he said to me, why are we even considering using these bookstores when we own the wheels and walls? So when you own the wheels and walls and you can do your last mile delivery, by virtue, you should be at least in that e-commerce space. And we've seen what's been happening with e-commerce space. We've seen how 6060 has mushroomed in terms of, 6060 is an e-commerce platform, basically. And all they do, they leverage from their stores. And I said to my staff, your biggest competitors right now is not RTT, is not DHL, it's actually 6060. Because if I want to deliver something, I'll have to get it into checkers, and I can know that it'll be there in 60 seconds. Today, it's about the speed of delivery.
Sure.
So and unfortunately, e-black box started when COVID started, just before, and we were self-funding and the whole concept crashed, but we're relaunching it again with the launch of my second book in March. So there's a couple of things that we do, but I can assure you, and my colleagues here will agree, that your e-commerce, that's where you want to be. You cannot replace e-commerce. People can do a lot of things. You can work from home, but unfortunately, that milk you have to physically deliver. And then your e-commerce, that's when they come in. Your e-black box, that's when they come in. It's just the speed of how you do things today. And coupled with technology, we're still challenged. It's not just only people who want a physical label. It's not just, it's just about everywhere. People are still wanting the physical waybill, and we do a lot of government work, and government said to us, take government to digitization. But we're finding the government departments are resisting. They say, no, we want the physical waybill and an invoice. And I'm saying, but there is it. It says we must digitize you. They're resisting. But I'm glad in the township, load shedding, okay, we still have a reduction. But at least electricity is stable because it affects what we do in terms of providing that efficiency when it comes to electricity availability. Because when electricity is not available, and I can assure you, electricity technology is not available. Your towers are not working. There's still a lot of things that we need to address with regards to that electricity. But yes, today you want to be in that e-commerce, and this is where we should be engaging. And I'm glad Sita is here. I went out, because I started as an owner driver, and I said, okay, I'm going to take 3 owner drivers. And someone came to me and said, but why are you not taking more than 3? There's fund with Sita, and that was last week. Coincidentally, you're here. I said, but then I can guarantee to help the 3, because that's where I started as an owner driver. He said, get Sita to help you. So we are going to be approaching Tita, rather, not Sita. Sorry, I work quite a lot with the Sita. So Tita, to be able to assist us in achieving this, because if I can tell you, there's a lot of entrepreneurs sitting here who really say, how do I become like Prima Logistics? And I'm going to tell you, yes, it's possible, you can do it, I did it. It's not easy, it's hard.
Sure. There's a word that you kept on mentioning, which was speed, speed, speed. And a specialist that is delivery ka speed. I mean, speed. Let's talk about technology, innovation, and speed. How have you managed to be so consistent in making sure that you honor your word and you deliver ka speed?
Look, I mean, when we started, because it was just an idea and I really wanted to prove it, we actually started on WhatsApp, right? And that's where the technology comes in. And this is back in 2021. And that's the platform that we knew that the community are very familiar with and they trust. So if we just have a WhatsApp number and they can use to order, then we could get some traction. But then you see the inefficiencies of using WhatsApp because people want to talk to you, you know, they're choosing the flavor there via text, they're like not hot, barbecue, you know, medium and all that, which is delaying, especially if you want to deliver ka speed. Then with that of 6 months, you know, of operations on WhatsApp, been able to, you know, generate over $1 million in terms of revenue just in 2 townships, just on WhatsApp. That was big enough for us to say that there is a market and let's go out and try to raise funding for the business, which we did. We raised some pre-seed funding, and then we now went into our apps. And like Freddie says, you know, there are challenges with customers in the townships in terms of understanding these platforms. So you get to do quite a lot of education as a township business in that space. But now that we're a logistic business, you know, any company that we try to work with, the first question is, can we integrate into your system? And if you can't integrate, you won't be able to get business. So the thing, it's no longer there, right? They want PODs, which is proof of delivery, that your driver can go out and get a signature from the customer when they're delivering. I mean, we deliver to, you know, distribution into townships, to banks, you know, all the banks, including netbank. We do Discount, Clicks, you know, all these other retailers in the townships. And even with them, they are now electronic, right? So it's quite important for anyone who wants to start a logistic business today, you need to have the tech in mind. Because any of the logistic companies that, you know, even the ones that we are approaching now, where we are aggregating township orders. Because the reality is, and Pratepo will maybe testify on this, is that logistic companies don't want to go into townships. That's why they take longer. So if you order anything on Lukokasi, it's going to take longer. But more than that, it's going to be more expensive because of the surcharges. And for me, it just doesn't make sense why people in the townships have to pay more just for something to be delivered to them. And that's where we come in as Delivery Ka Speed and say, we focus on township deliveries. Sure. That's our priority. Yes, if we get a Rosebank order, we will definitely deliver it. But township, because with townships, we are unlocking so much value, not only for people to consume on e-commerce, but also to produce and sell on e-commerce. So how can I get my t-shirt from Alexandra to, I don't know, Stellenbosch, you know, without paying exorbitant fees on other courier companies. And even with that, technology is important, and understanding the challenges that we have in townships of addresses and all that, we then came up with a solution of putting up collection points, right? Because, I mean, you have people who are sitting who stay in squatter camps or places where there's no addresses. Just because they don't have an address, does that mean they shouldn't participate on e-commerce? Because reality is, first thing you log in, it says, what's your address?
Sure.
If you don't have one, are we saying you can't participate? And we come in as Delivery Speed and work with small businesses in the townships and say, let's use your facility, whether you're an internet cafe, whether you're a tuck shop, whether you're a chisanyama, let's use that customer-facing facility as a pickup point so that anyone in the community can now go to the, you know, to the pickup point and deliver. And that solution makes sense more in the township because Kokas, you can't leave the parcel, go next door, go to security, because we don't have that infrastructure.
Sure.
So it's things like that that we really hope, I mean, e-commerce, sorry, last point. E-commerce only contributes 6% of total online shopping, I mean, of total shopping in the country. And that 6% is 71 billion. With that 6%, imagine if the township people can participate. We can take that 6% to 10%. But not only participate again as consumers, but also as producers. And let's get people to sell online. And the beauty about selling online is it's an equalizer again. You don't need the fancy offices, you don't need the fancy shop for you to have, you know, to sell. You just need a proper website, integrate to Delivery Speed, of course, and they will deliver for you.
Of course, Delivery Speed. Who else? Our last question before we open it up to the audience. A couple of questions to you, Mr. Nxumalo. Entrepreneurs that are sitting here, that are watching, what opportunities and support can you give them? What opportunities are there for them in the transportation sector?
Okay, I think now because we're also talking about integrating everything we do with technology.
Yes, sir.
We have done research in the transport sector with regards to introducing 4IR in all the qualifications that we do. So it's qualifications. I mean, as an entrepreneur, you also need to pace yourself in accordance with how the economy is changing. So now that the economy is changing into a more technologically intensive business, we also need to start thinking like that as entrepreneurs. So there are opportunities in that space. We have partnered with universities to develop qualifications that aligned to transport-related qualifications, but with an element of 4IR. And there's also another one that you know, entrepreneurs need to start thinking about. That's green economy, which is for us, it's what do they call it? Hydrogen energy. We have partnered with 3 other SETAs. That is Cheta. There's also MQA. And we have partnered also with the CSIR. They are also helping us in devising qualifications and interventions that would help the transport economy in gas emissions. So if entrepreneurs can start also thinking about opportunities that are there and taking advantage of the fact that, or taking advantage of evolving as things change, I think there are immense opportunities. For example, we spoke about supporting entrepreneurs or small businesses. We as TITA, we are saying we are hungry for entrepreneurs to come to TITA and say, I want to take up 5 unemployed learners who have done a qualification in logistics. We will give them the stipend. Say maybe if the stipend is like 6,000 Rand, I'm not too sure of the figures, please don't quote me on that. Say if maybe the stipend, let me just say it's 4,500 Rand. If as an entrepreneur you also have some cash reserves you can add into that, there's nothing stopping you from making it say 10,000 Rand or making it 1,500 Rand more. But what I'm trying to say is that if you're saying you do not have employees, please come to TITA. Let's look at the different interventions that we can assist you in. Funding, provided that there is still funding, right? Because we have a limited budget based on the kind of funds that we receive, because we receive them via the skills development levies. But all I'm saying is that if you want to help uplift the Kasi economy especially, if you want to help the unemployed, I mean, we have a lot of graduates that are sitting at home.
Sure.
And we have businesses that employ maybe 1 or 2 people.
Sure.
But those businesses, they can still take up 3 or more people if they can come to SETAs and utilize SETAs. We are not the only SETA that they can approach. But if you are in the transport sector, we are the SETA for you. Please come, talk to us. We are open for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we give our panel a round of applause? Yeah, because when you do start as an entrepreneur, you are everything. Answer the phone, do the emails, do the invoices, and I think Sita is saying, entrepreneurs, please do come to Tita. Do any of you have questions for, I've got one hand, I'm only allowed to take 3. I see your hand, my brother. 1, 2, my sister, 3. Can we get the mic, please? Those of you who are asking questions, please, I humbly ask your name, your company name, briefly what you do, and let's get straight to the question. Because you know entrepreneurs, once they get a mic, my brother, your name, your question, and what you do. Shoot.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Bafana. I'm from eTsakane. So the name of the business is called Mopariwe. And then what I'm wearing now is a new segment that we've introduced called #Let's Go Big. So I just want to ask to Khudi. Khudi, I hear that you are saying that you also want to offer, or you are already offering a space for township businesses to deliver speed, right? So now, let's say I'm Bafana, but I don't have a website, a viable website. So do you have any platforms maybe that you can use for me to advertise my brand on your delivery speed platform so that when people order, can order there and then you can offer your services of delivering? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Khudi?
Sure. Thanks, Bafana, and nice to see you. Look, and again, I think we need to share these things so that, you know, because I think we're all entrepreneurs here. So we unfortunately had to, I don't think of close is the right word, but we had to transition from being a food delivery and a marketplace to more of a logistic business. So we don't have a business that's customer facing now where you can advertise your business, but we can support you logistically. So if you have your products that you're selling, we do have a warehouse where we can hold them, and you can sell either on WhatsApp, Instagram, or anywhere where you sell. As long as we get the order on our side, we can dispatch from our warehouse. So instead of coming all the way to you in Tsakani to pick up that t-shirt, you can give us the stock. Obviously, if it's moving, you can give us the stock, we hold it at our warehouse, and then once you get the order, we can dispatch from our office, from our warehouse. But us as a business, you know, going into our 4th year, we had to look at, you know, where the market is going and the trends. And unfortunately for us, you know, food delivery space is not where we saw, you know, a future for us. But we still do support food delivery businesses such as Mr. D, where we are able to help them with, you know, drivers. Again, we're still in food delivery through SPAR, where our drivers are the ones who are actually doing the deliveries. But at the moment, that's what we can offer in terms of logistics, yeah.
Thank you so much. Can we please get the mic to my sister here? Online audience, it's been an incredible panel. Please continue to share with us what is it that you've learned. Maybe you've got a couple of questions. Please do drop them. #Jonas for Tea, #together Bekelebeke. Over to you, my sister.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to take much of your time. My name is Swamim Gedezi, and I am from Messmart, which is macro, game, and what's the last one? Builders. I've just taken a couple of points from the panelists, and thank you so much. One, you know, e-commerce is key. We hear that. Secondly, speed of delivery, which is going to be the competitive advantage, you know, for you. And the third one is evolving as things change. I think that came from Mr. Ngumal. So my question I think I'm going to pose to Mr. Mohajane, and that is, do you think that we'll ever be ready as South Africa to get to a point where we start using drones for, you know, dropping off in the logistics space? And I say this because I think there's a lot of opportunity, not only for businesses, but also in the training space, which is the TETA, in order to train and upskill and develop youth in that space as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
After you, Khodi,
Sure.
Freddie, please add as well, right?
Definitely. Look, I think innovation is welcomed in any shape or form, but I think in our space, if it really solves a direct problem, then it really becomes more impactful. And things like drone and that, we're happy to start doing pilots and all that. But again, we need to take a step back and realize the problems that we currently face now, especially in townships where the infrastructure is not the greatest, the connectivity, is not the greatest, which are some of the things that we need for our businesses to thrive. And unfortunately, those things are out of our control. So we've had to now even be innovative around how we get around. So, I mean, one of the ways we do that is using landmarks, because we know that Kokasi, there's a school, there's a tree, there's a tavern that everybody knows, and we had to embed that into our app so that customer, whenever you're ordering, please put a landmark so that the people who are doing the delivery can know, okay, you're close to this particular school or this particular hall. That is innovation, and yes, it might not look as sexy as, putting up a drone, but again, if the drone solves a clear problem in our challenges now, we'll be more than happy to pilot and let's see how we can move forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very good question. We at Cassidy had a look at, we did an R&D in terms of drone deliveries. And what we actually think where we should start is to use drones for security. I think deliveries, they depend a lot on security. And if we can master the art of using drones as security, we can then break into the market. Because that will allow, number one, the skill to be there here in South Africa, because it's very expensive to be a drone pilot. It costs in the ranges of 30,000, 40,000 rands. And we can't ask someone in the township to say, go and start and become a drone pilot, because that niche is still not there as yet. But I think if we were to introduce that, it would be great. Number two, I think we need data collection. We need to collect data somehow. Let's start using drones to do that instead of looking at it in the logistic manner. I think you can also use drones to profile your customers as macro as well, or use drones to follow the trucks and see if the routes that they're taking, it's actually proper routes in terms of the logistics, because you also run your own logistics department. So for me, I think it's too soon for South Africa in terms of the infrastructure to introduce the technology in the township. But there's nothing stopping us from introducing this technology in South Africa. South Africa has the infrastructure to do that. We just need to maybe have the political will to invest in that skill. We can start teaching drones in high school level. I always wonder why, when we're done with our matrics, we get a matric certificate, why is it that we don't have a learner's license? Because I can write my learner's license sitting at home with an invigilator and so forth, because of the technology that's there. So we need to start to be creative around our innovation and not just look at it in one eye, and let's just be holistic around that.
Thank you so much. We've got our last question here. We need to wrap up the panel. Can we get the mic to this gentleman, and then we wrap it?
Dumelang Barnabas and the audience. My question will be directed at Khodi, Tepo, and obviously Freddie. According to G.G. Alcock, the author of Casinomics, he says the township economy is worth over 780 billion, around that figure. And then one of the reasons I came here was specifically for this panel, because I think you're the change makers in unlocking value in the townships in terms of logistics. Now, how far are you, gentlemen, as entrepreneurs, in terms of kind of like collaborating and integrating your solutions so that this value can be unearthed and benefit black entrepreneurs and black communities. Secondly, as entrepreneurs, why are you doing what you're doing? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Because of time, my panel, I'm going to have to hand this over to you, Mr. Tsepo, to answer this very briefly, so we can wrap up the panel. I think we'll still have time as well afterwards to have a conversation, but we are running a bit late. And Mr. Tsepo, please, can you take this question?
Yeah, you're right. Why would you think netbank is interested in supporting TIA? It's because they've realized that, you know, the township economy is worth a couple of billions. Why are we not cooperating? As I say that we're competitors here, but there's a say that says competitors should cooperate. There's still this darky mentality where you know, and it's killing us. I've noticed, you know, and whenever you try and reach out, there's always this thing, but I would like to engage with my fellow brothers, because what you're saying is that starts with us. Let's collaborate instead of cooperating, instead of competing. I'll engage with anyone that is willing, as long as we can partner and ensure that we deliver gas speed. So another one, why am I doing what I'm doing? And I think you're speaking with a bunch of transporters who are extremely passionate. And I can assure you, they must have met one or two obstacles in their career path, but they're still standing because of what drives them is not monetary value, it's not profit, it's the love of what they do. That just pushes them forward, and I think that's what we do what we do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Time, man. Did you enjoy the panel discussion? Please, can we give our panelists a round of applause? A big, big thank you, Khudi, Mr. Ngumalo, Hodman Tsepo, Mr. Freddie, much, much appreciated. One more time, please, let's give them a round of applause. Please do not go. We would love to, before you get transported, please, can you stand on? That was supposed to be a joke, but I don't know if you got it. Before they get transported, because they're in transport. Okay. Guys, please, can you take center stage? And you can remove the tags. Tags, yeah. Yeah. Tags. Yeah, you can remove the tags. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. I hope that you enjoyed that. Our online audience, what were your takeaways? You know, Mr. Tsepo said something about we're competitors, but we cooperate. I really, really love that. Fantastic. Much, much appreciated. All right. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag together Beke. We've got our next presentation. I have the privilege of introducing a powerhouse, powerful powerhouse, an experienced banker, Mr. Lincoln Mali, business leader, speaker, and author with 25 years in the financial service industry. Mr. Mali is currently the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, Southern Africa for Lesaka Technologies, Inc., JSE-listed company focused on fintech in the financial inclusion space in South Africa. He's with us in the building. There's so much more that he's going to share with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show some love and let's put our hands together for Mr. Lincoln Mali. Come on. Tembisa, entrepreneur, let's put our hands together for the one and only Mr. Mali. Thank you so much, sir. The stage is yours. The mic. Here's the mic for you, sir.
Sanbonani, Molweni, Dumelang, Towela. Are they okay? Eta. Great stuff. Thank you so much. And it's great to share a stage with some of the incredible speakers that spoke earlier. I'm really encouraged that so much of what I'm likely to share has already been said, which says to you that we are moving in the right direction. And I really want to commend the guys at Netbank for pulling this together, and obviously Bulelani. Maybe can we give him a round of applause for being a visionary. So what I'm going to do is to try and tell a story. I come from a generation of storytellers. So today, all I can do is to tell you a story. And that story is about how I got a call. I'd worked at Standard Bank for 20 years. And I got a call from a guy with a strange surname asking me to join a strange company. And that company was unprofitable. It was burning cash. It had a terrible reputation and was going through a lot of turmoil. And nobody would think in my right mind I would leave my job at Standard Bank and go to join this company. Sorry, at the back. Sorry, guys. Can you move it yourself? Otherwise, we're going to be wasting time. The full slide. So for me, this was a challenge, right? The company was unprofitable. The company had a damaged reputation. It was burning cash every month. But there was a challenge. The challenge was how to drive financial inclusion, how to go into the township economy. And my belief was smart people, great technology, wonderful partnerships, right, could enable us to find solutions for financial inclusion. And so the story I want to tell you is, I'm sure in your environment, in the business that you run, you have taken a big decision to move from whatever you were doing to start a business. Everybody thinks it's glamorous, but it's not. It's painful, it's difficult. But if you're driven by something, a burning desire to make a difference, it becomes all worth it. So when I left Standard Bank, everybody thought he's lost his marbles. But for me, I was driven by how could we use technology to make a difference in people's futures. Next slide. So the first thing is a lot of people still see low-income communities or townships as an environment where you have got people who are just victims or a burden to society. What Prahalad showed us 20 years ago is that you have resilient and creative entrepreneurs in the townships or in villages, and that you've got value-conscious consumers. If you saw that, you would see an opportunity in business. I'd been driving that message for 20 years at Standard Bank, but I felt that let me go to an environment where there's a business totally dedicated to do this, and investors who are willing to put money behind this passion of driving financial inclusion. Next slide. So it meant that organizations have to look at their own culture. Organizations have to look at their own prejudices. Organizations have to think about how do they see the world. Lizzy mentioned it earlier when she was talking, when she was challenging large corporates and businesses. Through what lens, she said, do you see the township economy? If you don't see the riches at the bottom of the pyramid, you won't see it. If you want to just see risk, risk will be there. But within that risk lies gems of opportunity. I wanted to be part of a business that sees that opportunity. Yes? Thank you. But where did I start? My starting point when I met everybody in the company, loss-making as we were, is to try and say everything we do, we must put the customer at the center. Not with words, but in deeds. Do you spend time listening to your customers? Do you understand their pain points? Do you understand what problem are you trying to solve? Or you just got the latest technology, so you will find a solution for anybody. or I've got a nice product, I will find anybody. I believe that you have to understand the customer. Build with the customer in mind. Whether it's technology, solutions, or whatever, understand the customer. So I had to drive in our staff this notion of the customer. A desk or your office is the most dangerous place from which to run a business. You have to be where it matters most, in front of your staff and in front of your customers. So to drive this mindset of people leaving the office and spending time to listen and understand what real customers are saying. Next slide. So it starts then with you as a business owner or as a leader. If you are more interested in status, in power, in having a big delegation, you are not going to crack it as an entrepreneur. You have to be servant person yourself. You have to be on the ground so that your people that work for you understand that you care deeply enough about this business. If serving is below you, indeed, leadership is beyond you. Many leaders are too important for the jobs they occupy. If you are too important for the job, why are you in the job? So it starts with you being accessible to your staff, being accessible to your customers. I met some of my teammates here. And again, even after so many years, people are still, okay, oh, we saw you, my leader. How are you? No, I'm fine. Who are you with? I'm like, I'm alone. Okay. Why should I come with an entourage? Like, why? What are those other people going to do? Are we all going to present? If we're not presenting, there should be somewhere else doing something else. So this mindset of being the most important person in the business will destroy you. You have to make sure that your customers and your staff are the most important people in the business. Next slide. Hello. So I started working with the leaders we had. Because you cannot run this business alone. You have to work with the leaders you have. My leaders themselves were used to being very important. So I had to get them to reorient themselves to say your first task is to understand the vision that we've shared together. We had to agree on a vision of where we want to take the business. Then I had to say to them, if you understand where we're going, you have to lead the change. You can't say Lincoln said, right? People will say Lincoln said, okay, depending which school they went to. Others will say Lincoln, others will say Lincoln, but it doesn't matter. You can't say he said. What do you say? You are the leader closest to the people. You have to believe that. Then you have to empower the people. Give them the opportunity to do their jobs. Ours then is to guide, is to orientate. When we say the most horrible people about our own staff, but we leave our customers with them. Those of you who run businesses today, you are not there. Who's in the business? Those people you are gossiping about and say how useless they are. But you're leaving them with your most important person, your customer. So believing in your staff, helping them, guiding them to be the best they can be. And then inspire the people. Do not take people where you want them to be. Take them where they are and journey with them. Many leaders want ready-made people. You don't get ready-made people. You get people from society as they are. Your job is to empower them, help them to get to a better place. Next slide. So the first job of leadership is to love people. Leadership without love is manipulation. So some of you say, yeah, but I'm in logistics. Unless it's all going to be done by robots, you've got problems. If it's going to be done by people, you have to love those people because you are dependent on them. And you can't do everything yourself. You have to do it with the people that you work with. All right? Next slide. And then you have to understand your job is to create an environment. Your environment in which your people want to do the best. Your people thrive. If you look at a farmer doesn't grow crops. They create an environment where the crops will grow. I can walk into a shop and I can tell you if I've come to the wrong funeral. I can walk into your business, I can feel the pulse. If the environment is conducive, the people will do magic. People will do magic. Let me ask you just to think back now in your life. Who were the most influential people in your life? Maybe it was your teacher, maybe it was your sports coach and whatever. Those people, when you see them today, they may not have moved up the economic ladder. But when they see you, their face lights up. Because their job was to create somebody like you. Imagine if you became that person for others. They didn't do it for glory. They didn't do it for a big paycheck. They did it for the love of it. People can see whether you care about them or you're just using them. Because you depend on your people. Next slide. So, I think it was Paulo or Lizzy who talked about this thing. I think it was Paulo about integrity. You can't ask your staff to have integrity when you are cheating the system. You ask your people to do the right thing, but they know you are cheating. They know you are tiptoeing the system. But you expect them not to steal from you. But they know that the things you are doing with your company are false. Some of them are illegal. But you expect your people to follow the rules. A fish rots from the head. And integrity is not what you say, it's what you do regularly. Your name is all you have. People will say to you, but in order to do this, I have to do this. I'm like, why? Yeah, but others are doing it. And then suddenly you are in court, covered by a blanket, covered by a newspaper. The people who were closest to you when you had money are now gone. Your integrity is all you have. Your family name is all you have. If you're willing to sacrifice it for money, understand the consequences. All right? Next slide. So, I told you we started this story 3 years ago. We were able to get the company to be profitable. We're able to have the company to generate cash. We're able to get the company to buy other companies. And we're able to rebrand the company Lisaka, which is a claw. And this company is listed in the NASDAQ and listed in the JSE. That same company that was in trouble is now the biggest fintech in Southern Africa. If we didn't start this journey, we would never have got to where we are. We got there because we did the grind. We did the hard work. We mobilized our people and were able to work with our customers. Next slide. So, if I give you a picture of what this company does, that's where I want to kind of go towards the end of the conversation. We are now a business with 3,300 people. We now have consumers that are 1.7 million active consumers. These are people that earn social grants, and we are able to give them a loan. We're able to give them a funeral plan, and this is what we've done. People had never seen social grant beneficiaries as customers. We saw them as customers, and we were able to lend to them when no other business would lend to them. People said this is a risky business. Well, those people are the highest paying people because we believed in them. We invested in them. We invested in the technology. Then we have another business that's in the mines, where when mines have got a target, let's say for safety, and they pay, then the men in the mines, for reasons that I'm not going to get into, do not maybe want that money to go into a bank account. It goes to a card called Adumo Payouts. Right? Again, we saw those people as customers. In the micro merchant space, we have a lot of spaza shops, right? Where we give spaza shops. When people say there are opportunities now for South Africans, If you're running a spaza shop, we can be able to give you a POS device. In that POS device, you can sell airtime, data, lottery, all of those things, and you generate money for yourself. Am I making sense? And then more people come to you because now you can vend those value-added services. But that's not all. In that same POS device, you can take card transactions. And now the card transactions are growing phenomenal because people sometimes watch, with, hey, those boys in the streets are watching me. Let me not take my cash. I'll just use my card and tap. Am I making sense? It goes further. With that same POS device, you can now buy from reputable suppliers your bread, your milk, your cigarettes, your whatever. You don't have to leave the shop. You buy from that same device. You pay from that device. You get a QR code. The stuff is delivered with no cash being exchanged. Am I making sense? Then on that same device, you can say, actually, we can see your flows every day. We can borrow you money. And we're able to deduct from the money that's coming in. You don't need to go and get 5 years financial statements. Am I making sense? Again, using technology to solve pain points that people are having. And then we have taverns. Taverns, we give them a device where we can get them to see what is happening in their business, what is selling, what is their stock, what's specials they can give, and so on and so on. That's a business we call touch sites. All of these businesses are businesses that were run by entrepreneurs. We bought them, brought them into the Lesaka fold so that we build the largest platform. The third area of our business is where we have people who run spa. If you have a spa, you have an OK in the township, you have, what's that, Lizzy, what's that English term? You know, I went to township school. So what's that thing where you go and get petrol? Yeah, but we call it a garage. Yeah, a garage. If you have a garage, you know, this thing, you know, your English bundles at work, sometimes I'm like, they say petrol. I'm like, no, a garage. Yeah. If you've got a garage, how do we make sure that we give you a product to deal with fuel? Because it's a thin margin business, right? We run those businesses. People who've got restaurants in townships, again, we give them an integrated POS device where everything is integrated there. The stock, the food, where you sit, all of that, that's built in there. And then when you have to pay for your bills to the municipality, as the MMC was here, we use EasyPay. So all of this has been built in a period of 3 years, right? Because we believed. We believed it was possible to build the largest fintech platform in Southern Africa. Oh, sorry. Do your thing. I'm going towards the end. Sorry, just go. Yeah. Yes. So I want to end off by saying there are still a number of pain points for businesses in townships. The first one is still this limited access to digital payments. Our panelists told us technology is here. We cannot avoid it. And businesses in townships have to digitize their payments. It makes it easier for them. And it makes it easier for commerce to move when we have more digital payments. You saw in the advert by netbank where they are advertising a POS device. It's not a nice to have a POS device. It's essential if you are having that daily transactional business. Secondly, cash management solutions. We offer vaults. So if you go to an engine, just picture an engine, you go and buy something. There's somebody there who takes your money, they put it in the till. What do you think happens with that money afterwards? There's a safe or a vault underneath. That money gets under that vault and is immediately digitized. So that 100 rand is already a digital 100 rands. It still sits in the safe, waiting for the cash in transit. So the old way is to wait for the cash in transit. They come after 2 days, they take the money, go to the cash center, count it, and then give you value. We say, no, no, no. As soon as that money hits that vault, we make that 100 rand available to you on your wallet. Am I making sense? Whilst they're busy counting it, you already have got the 100 rand. You can pay your suppliers. Am I making sense? Because you've digitized the money. So those are cash solutions. ATMs, if you're running a spa or a shop, wherever, you need an ATM. But sometimes ATMs are just people coming to take in money. What about your money? What do you do with your money? Again, you have to wait for cash in transit. But if you have what we call a recycler is a combination of an ATM and a vault. So when your staff have got enough money, that's a lot in the tills, they go and deposit it in the ATM. Am I making sense? Then your customers come and draw money from that same ATM. The money is being recycled in the same environment. Again, thinking about technology and solving customer problems. And then growth capital. Again, people battle with growth capital. I have an opportunity. I have this shop, but I want to buy big stock because it is Black Friday. So we say, no, 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 you don't have to apply. We see all the flows from your POS. We see all the flows from your vault. So you just go to the app, apply from that app, and you've got up to 5 million rands within 24 hours. Because we see the flows that are there, right? Again, it's using smart technology to solve a problem. That's what we talk about, access to growth capital. So our business that's there is a business that we call Capital Connect, which we're able to do that. And then people lack a whole holistic offering where you have cash, you have card, you have lending, you have VAS. We are able to give you all of that. That's why we've built this platform. And I want to end off by saying we still have a huge opportunity in the informal market. Yes, today the debate is about what happens in spaza shops. But beyond spaza shops, there is a huge market of people who are fixing cars, people who have got salons, people, all of that market needs to be factored in. And those who have not seen that market are not seeing the fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. We see that fortune and we are organizing ourselves for that. Yes, sir? Yes, last slide. So, when people talk about this journey of what happened these 3 years, they think that there was a miracle. There was no miracle, right? It might have looked like that from people on the outside. But for us, it was deliberate actions every day with our staff and our customers to try and build a business. We've just announced now buying a business called Adumo, which was the biggest independent payments business. And then yesterday we announced buying Recharger, which is the third largest business when it comes to electricity vending machines. Next one, the full piece. So for us, it was a deliberate process of trying to figure out. So I want to leave you with a few thoughts. Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there's no path and leave a trail. The journey you are going to be on is going to be a challenging one. It will test everything about you. But if you believe, you will be able to make it a success. In these 3.5 years, there were times I would drive home in tears, asking myself, why? Why did I do this to myself? Why did I put my family through this? But again, there was something bigger than me, a vision and a dream I had for us to build the biggest Southern African fintech platform dedicated to financial inclusion. And today we have it. And so when I leave here, and I did say to Bulelani that I have to leave on time, When I leave here, I am going to have a meeting with our staff to tell them that from end of this year, they will be owners of our business. They will be owners of our business. And our employment equity scheme that we are putting, ownership scheme, will be very different. Again, deliberately. In most ownership schemes, when it starts, the most senior people take the most shares, right? And you can imagine who's the most senior black person, right? So we said, no, the shares must be shared by all staff that don't participate in other share schemes. So all of our staff are going to get the same number of shares equally across the country, regardless of rank, regardless of whatever, because we want them now to say, as we go through this growth, we want them to be part owners of this growth. If we can do that, we can be successful. So, Honorable MC, as one politician said, after speaking for 3 days, there concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Mr. Lincoln Mali. You just forgot to tell us where we apply to be part of the staff. Did you enjoy that presentation? Absolutely brilliant. Please let's put our hands together one more time for Mr. Mali. Much, much appreciated. Thank you so much. And I love the fact that you've shared the struggles behind the success, you know, the grind behind the glory, because all we see are the numbers and the amount of people that you're employing. And for me, my biggest takeaway, if you're watching online, please do share as well what your biggest takeaway was, or your biggest takeaways were. A farmer doesn't grow crops. A farmer creates an environment where crops grow. Yo, you should have dropped the mic and then left the stage. Much, much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. We're going to have our last panel discussion, and then we're going to go to lunch. I see some of you have just joined us. Thank you so much. This is the 6th annual Township Economy Summit and Expo, so you're at the right place at the right time. A quick announcement before I introduce our next panel. If you're driving a Ford Fiesta and your registration number is JZ21GP, please move your car. Someone needs to leave. If your registration is JZ21GP, please move your car. All right, before we introduce our next panel, please can we all take out our cell phones? Yeah, you can take them out. Like out of your pocket and have them in your hand. Please can we all go on to Facebook? Please go on to Facebook. So we've been traveling around the country, going to different townships, and we do this exercise. And every time we get here, people give me this look. They're like, Sbuda. Data. Buza lo muntu ohlale phambi kwakhe ukuthi entrepreneur wayithi man. Ang hotspot, tla etse plan, ke tla o bona man. So please go on to Facebook, and then you go onto your search button and type Township Entrepreneurs Alliance. Please collaborate. No, stick with me. Township Entrepreneurs Alliance. And then click onto the page. Keep scrolling down. And when you get to the post where you see me, stop. Can you see me? Can you see me? Is there a post where you can see me? Angeko. All right, just go a bit down. There's a post where, the reason why we're doing this is because we are also live on Facebook. Can you see me? Can you see me? Fantastic. If you can see me, thank you. I can't see you, but I can feel you in the spirit. Once you get to the post where you can see me, what I would like you to do, please, we ask so that we can share what is happening, please click on the share button. We humbly ask that you share this live session with your audience. You share this live session with your community. What is happening? And the lovely thing about this is once you share it and it's on your platform, you can go back and revisit. So please do share this live session on your Facebook profile with your audience, with your community. We humbly ask. That would be much, much appreciated. Please. Even later on, when you get home and you have access to internet or you get time, let's share what is happening right here in Tembisa. Okay, let's move on to our last panel. I am going to introduce our panel on the power of manufacturing in building a thriving township economy. We've got Mr. Fulton Ramapakela. Please, can you come on stage, my brother? Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Fulton. And then we have got Terence Leluma. Please, can you come on stage as well, my brother? Can you go that way, that way, that way, that way, that way? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. This is our last panel before we go for lunch. You can have a seat anywhere, my brother. All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We're talking about the power of manufacturing in building a thriving township economy, because townships is vast. As one of the cornerstones of economic activity, the manufacturing contributes significantly to South Africa's GDP and job creation. And with me on my left-hand side, I've got gentlemen who are in that manufacturing industry. Gentlemen, once again, welcome. Mr. Terence, please tell the audience, who are you, what do you do, and why manufacturing?
Thank you, my brother, the program director. Greetings to this beautiful audience. I was hoping that these chairs would be full because this is happening in Tembisa, the #1 township in terms of value, in terms of GDP per capita, I think sitting at 15,000 rand per month, followed by, I think, Mamelodi and others. So my name is Terence Liduma. I'm an agripreneur, right? Get that right, agripreneur. We manufacture condiment sauces using cold and hot process. Cold will include the likes of mayonnaise, salad dressings, and more. And then on the hot side, we manufacture relishes, sauces of any kind you can think of. We are based in Sebenza, about 15, 20 minutes from here. Mainly because of the size of the facility we needed. It wasn't available in the township. That's why I think some of my talk points will talk to township-based manufacturing as opposed to taking manufacturing capabilities to the cities, because the people are here as consumers, and we know what they're eating. So why are we manufacturing somewhere on the other side of of town and creating unnecessary expenses for them to catch a taxi and change here and there? So about 99%, if not 100% of our employees come from here, Tembisa. And we're 100% black owned. I own this business with my wife. It is possible to work with your wife. So we start, yes. And then...
why is it only the women that agreed, but the gents kept quiet?
Look, we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Honestly, it's very, very important that it's women that are saying yes, yeah, we have got about 24 employees. We used to have 33, then COVID happened, and then we had to retrench. And then next year, around February, we'll be doubling our staff complement.
Wow.
Yes. So, yeah, that's basically what we do. And we've got our own brand. You can check us. We've got a website, www.makamisa.co.za. We're going to revamp it next year as well. But you can see the basic type of work that we do. And, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Falten Ramapakela. Born here in Tembisa, grew up here in Tembisa. I'm a Tembisan product. And I'm here as one of the end users for what you produce. Today I came here, and I think there's important is to link the suppliers with the end user. So as an end user, I'm here to look for product. I'm currently looking for product. Suppliers, come over, let's actually talk business as well. And as a group, I think from personally, I've been unemployed since 1996. That's the last time I worked for somebody. Since then, I've been working for myself, ran multiple companies. Currently now we employ over 900 employees.
What?
And yeah, so we working across the country, and also we do development as well. And in the township business, we in the backroom business and also the apartments as well. We currently have about 870 units that we are managing, we own, and it's for rental and that. And then also we've got a lot to develop. We still have 6,700 to develop, so we need suppliers, please.
I think that round of applause wasn't enough, guys, man. Yo, 900 plus. All right, let's move on. There are some entrepreneurs who are watching this panel discussion, and some will look and say, yeah, but when you get into the industry of manufacturing, you're a small player. There's this terminology called you're a small player because you're still new, etc. And when you come into the manufacturing industry, you want to compete because the vision is to be the best. What can you share with entrepreneurs who are in the room who are in that manufacturing industry wanting to compete with big players? How can they do that?
All right. Let me start where I think it's more valuable.
Sure.
As an entrepreneur and as a varsity dropout, I was majoring biology and chemistry in the third year. I had to drop out to look for work. And then the company called Standard Bank was generous enough to offer me employment in 2005 as a financial planner. And then the man who, our previous speaker actually, was the boss to my boss, Lincoln Mali. We used to call him Shoes. I hope he's still in the room. I'm who I am today through his inspiration. I remember I had a query. I was based in Sasolburg in the Free State branch, and then there was a racist issue that I took up very seriously, and then I sent him a direct email. The following morning, after the so-called internal program called Blue Wave of the Standard Bank, he was at my branch to deal with the issue. So whatever he presented here, that's a reflection of him. So I then molded myself to be this agripreneur that you see today. We went through each and every phase of evolution. And I'm talking to fellow entrepreneurs here, and I hope we could have more, as I said, because these things are very important to capture. We went through the so-called incubation. We started our business in the kitchen in Diepkloof with my wife. And then we went through the so-called innovation under the stewardship of the Gauteng Economic Development. They've got an agency called the Innovation Hub in Pretoria. Sure. We were actually incubated there for 2.5, 3 years. And then thereafter, and then that environment enabled us to interact with the ecosystem and then learn a couple of tricks. And then this was before we set up our own manufacturing site. And then the next phase was for us then to do what is called commercialization, the actual commercialization of our brand, our product, our brand. And then after that, we then asked ourselves where are we going to manufacture to build scale, to scale up? And then we came across a friend of mine called Josh Callisto, who owns Callisto's in the South restaurant. And then he contract packed for us, and then we sold at this informal markets. There's something called Brown Sense platform.
Yeah.
We used to sell
Yeah.
religiously at Brown Sense, and then a good Samaritan came across our story and then took us to 702 for an interview, and then post that interview, we got in a big contract with famous brands. This was the year 2017, 18. And then in 2018, we raised funding to the tune of 66 million through the IDC and the DTIC. The former offers soft loans, and then the latter offers grants. And then we managed to build our factory in 2019, and then we call it, it's not commercialization, but we actually started operations, commissioned. We commissioned in January 2020, and then 2 months later, COVID happened, before we even sold a single.
Sure.
And then many people asked us as to, I remember I met a famous brands executive at the Consumer Goods Council Summit recently in October. He asked me, are you still alive? Like, is your business still operational? We thought you went under because of COVID and stuff like that. So that then put us in a different position to look at the market and the industry as a whole, to say, how do you cushion yourself against this type of risks, including COVID-19? So manufacturing, colleagues, is not pap and place. Before I came here, I was wearing my overalls, my actual PPE with safety boots. They're in the car. Then I had to change to this so that I can talk to the conversation of the day, township and manufacturing, all right? So we typically support or manufacture for developed brands. Some of the brands that you see on the shelves, some of the sauces that you eat when you eat burgers, chicken, for developed brands, we manufacture that. Today, we're actually going through an audit of a client we are launching next year in March. They are very famous with their jokes and stuff like that. They keep you laughing. So we are going to manufacture for those guys, and they're taking us to the UK. All right?
Wow.
Yeah, all these things, colleagues, they talk to the basics. Understand the environment you're operating in. You cannot, and don't run before you crawl. You'll fall. All right? Start with those small tasks and then perfect those, because the risk is low when you do that. And then that's why I said we went through each and every phase of evolution. All right? And then another part to this, when you have worked hard and you build reputation, and then Lincoln spoke about reputation. He spoke about ethics and all of that. Your name will be called. People will talk about you in your absence. And then it's either they talk bad about you or they talk good about you. And then all these opportunities that, so 4 of our clients are actually JSE listed companies. Honestly. And then these opportunities, we don't go out there knocking. They come to us because we are the only black-owned sauce manufacturing facility, 100% black-owned, that is accredited according to FSSC 22000. I'm not talking about the Indians. I'm talking about black like me. I didn't see any Indian here. That's why, or any other race. I see black people. So one of your own managed to get to that highest level. FSSC 22000 certification says we can export to any country in the world. We can export our product. Let me pause right there.
Sure.
I think more than anything, you know what I've realized, for me to be in business for so many years, it's one thing common: never give up. I've seen many people starting businesses, and at the blink of success, that's when you give up. I always say to people, never give up. You know, in terms of manufacturing, he's right to say that you have to have processes, learn. There's a learning curve that you have to learn. You have to pay what they call school fees. You know school fees. School fees is something that they don't teach you in school. You'll never learn that in classroom. There's a lot that I've learned more outside of a classroom than in a classroom. So one thing I would say, you know, looking at being in manufacturing, you have to see beyond what everybody sees. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You know, you have to have different lens that you wear, because where people see a problem, as a manufacturer, you should see a solution. I always make an example of two friends walking down the street. Another one see rubble on the side of the road. He says, yes, like these people are so filthy, they don't look after themselves, they don't. The other one looks at that and says, look, you know what? Let me clean this and make money. Now we have what we call recycling. That's where manufacturers, that's where entrepreneurs see. So I would say the most important thing is service delivery as well. You must deliver. No matter what it takes, deliver. You know, there's this thing that which is I find it to be a nonsense. We tend to be, you know, as blacks, we tend to actually kill our own, because we've got this tendency that, because it's black, he doesn't deliver. No, understand one thing. China, what you see today, it was not like what you see today. China, when they started, I remember I went to China for some of the products that we're using. I'll tell you what their success is. They've been patient. The government has been supporting. No matter whether the product fails, let me tell you something. If our government supports us, whether you fail, they still keep you up and running. Yes, we must fail. Let me be honest. You know, I always say in business, you must fail, because we don't know this thing. You're not born in business. Some of us, we are probably the first generation to be in business. You are the first generation. You don't even have an uncle who's being in business. You don't even have a brother or what. You are the only one in that entire family to start a business. So you don't have a reference. You don't have anybody to guide you. You don't have anybody to actually support, to give you that. But the most important thing is to have that courage to say, never give up. Never, 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 never give up. It's like going to a gym. We all want six-pack. I also want a six-pack. Hey, let me tell you, I've been dying to have a six-pack. But yes, it's hard to get that. Once you get it, you must also maintain it as well. So it's the same as business. Business is like that. There's nothing, don't think, if business was easy, everybody would be in business. Let me tell you, everyone would be in business. To run a successful business, you have to have, you have to work double harder, because it's your business. There's no, you can't, your salary is based on your performance. You can say, no, hey, today, whether, if you employee, whether the company is doing well or not, they will pay your salary. But when you are the owner, you have to pay your own. I look at an example. One of our clients is McDonald's. We do all the CCTV, the technology that you see when you get into McDonald's. By the way, we can see you from head office. We can monitor each store as the operation, even including the till, up to the till level. They can tell you how many minutes you've been on the drive-through. All those technology, but they've mastered that business. They run it like an oiled-up machine. Everything is all mastered. We monitor, like, for example, when we zoom into a store, they say, zoom into this store in Cape Town. We zoom into, then we monitor that store. So you would actually see where they go wrong, quality control, customer service, how they're treating their customer, and everything. So they monitor that, but I'm just highlighting this so that you can understand what businesses have, the successful business, what's common with them. Most of them, they run like magic. And then also another thing is, today we talk about spaza shops being closed. Others see a problem. But hey, spaza shop, you've got 21 days. Today there's 17 days. It's 17 days for us already left for us to register. Now, everybody, I bet not all of us are seeing an opportunity that lies there. Let me tell you, there's a big opportunity. Checkers at the moment, they are looking at ways in which to bring Boxster. Boxster is coming into the township to replace those things. Yeah, Pick and Pay. Pick and Pay is coming into they're actually looking at it as an opportunity. I mean, you've got the likes of USAVE as well. USAVE under checkers. They're also looking at it. They say, no, hang on. When the Pakistan closes, who's taking over? Now they bring in containers. You'll start seeing containers in the township because they see a different. Right now we see a problem, and we are the ones that are creating that problem because we are chucking them out, but yet we're not actually creating the solution. The most important thing is to create those solutions, guys, is to create, and government must just support, no matter what it takes. Government has no choice, but it has to support local. Whether they fail or that's how you rise. I mean, just to talk about China, the trip to China. My first trip to China was so amazing, shocked. Because their manufacturing is so, I mean, they started off, you get there, you say, I want this type of product that would do this and do that and do that. Within 2 days, you come back with a prototype to test. That's how they actually do. So there's a lot, I know we can talk. Entrepreneurs, he's right. They give us a mic, hey, we talk the whole day. But nonetheless, but all I'm saying is that the bottom line is we need manufacturing. There's manufacturing in bricks. I mean, currently now we're doing properties as well. So we still have to do about 6,400 units. And of those 6,400 units, we need bricks. We need windows. We need what? We need, what else? Curtains. You need what? Tiles. You need what? Cement. You need what? Yeah? And there's so much that is needed. So where do we get those? Must I go buy and builders? Carry on buying from builders or buy from you? I must buy from you guys. Because we're building here in the township. I must buy from you. So that's what I'm saying. Get into manufacturing, guys. There's opportunities there and never give up.
Terence, you spoke about, I mean, like if I had to put a title to what you've shared so far, you're starting off this business of yours, okitchini, okokasi.
Correct.
And years later, you've built this factory, this massive factory, through hard work, but also this factory needed money. There are opportunities that are there when it comes to manufacturing. And entrepreneurs sitting here and saying, I'm inspired by your vision. What is it that you did to get this access to funding? I mean, you spoke earlier about you raised 66 million.
Yeah, and in the moment you are raising just about 50 to expand because...
Now you're raising another 50 to expand.
50, correct.
Please share with entrepreneurs in the audience and those who are also watching online the opportunities that are there and some of the things that you did, which entrepreneurs are not doing, to get the access to this funding.
Brothers and sisters, with the greatest love that I have for you, the advice that I'll give you is that familiarize yourself with the ecosystem. Understand what the requirements are and then start preparing. And then you're not going to win. One challenge that we have as a mentality challenge as a country, particularly as blacks, Africans, we want quick wins. And then without understanding the complexity of our advancements to actually play at the same level with our white counterparts in particular, all right? One of the internal challenges we're having is what Tsepo Mekwa spoke about, Unana Romangwana. How can your black brother or sister kills you instead of supporting what you're offering? And then let me tell you, today, if this event, we said we're having all-white party here, these chairs will be full. But because we are talking about solution-orientated stuff that are going to change the lives of our people in the township, there's only a few of us. All right? So give yourself that pat in the back to say you're a true warrior, because you're not here to represent yourself but your community, your household, your community, and the entire black society. All right? Now, going back to the question that you asked, government has got plenty of money for manufacturing. Must I repeat? The South African government has got billions of money for manufacturing. What we are lacking is imagination. How come that a quarter market, look, please read what's written here. Quarter is big business. It's worth almost 20 billion, right? That archer, that bread, potato/chips, cheese, where do we get those from? Who consumes this product? It's us. Why don't you protect? Because Kota is our identity. Why can't we protect, at least it being a good start, to say Kota should belong to the people? So therefore, if you are Parmalat or you are Tiger Brands or whatever, you shall have a conversation with us to say, when you enter this market, you shall collaborate with your own. We are the ones that are going to change this game. That's why I'm here. I'm one of those pioneers that are going to change the landscape, the economic landscape in the township. Because there's no Messiah who's going to come and rescue us. That's why we are on our own even today. It's only us in this room. Because our problems are problems. Therefore, solutions should come out of this room. And many other rooms that will occupy in those townships to spread the message to say it is possible. Government has got money. Talk to me, talk to those who have walked my journey to say it can be done. But it's a lengthy journey. My boys, my sons, are actually going to continue this journey. Because I know I'm not here for money, but I'm here for change. Change that is going to impact positively to generations to come.
We're going to wrap it up. You're just going to have a couple of minutes to share your thoughts. Let's talk about the importance of compliance in manufacturing. How important is that, and what is it that these entrepreneurs in the room should look out for when it comes to complying in manufacturing?
Yeah, you see, compliance, some of us look at compliance as obstacles, but yet it's a filtering, it's an opportunity to filter those that are serious in business and those that are chance takers. That's all that it is. Don't look at it as sometimes we look at, I see most of the time we look at those obstacles. I have to fill in a form, I have to do this, I have to do that. Let me tell you, that's the reason why it's done, is to filter those that are chance takers and those that are real businessmen. And please, ensure, compliance. If you look at what's going on with the spaza shop, the issue of this around the spaza shop, because compliance was not there. That's why some of the quota that we eat, the spice, I saw the other day that the spice from overseas were expired. And I started thinking, you know what? This spice goes into the quota. I don't see the expiry date. So you might have an expired quota because of non-compliance. So compliance, one, it helps us from a health point of view. We wonder, why are we sick? Some of us maybe our lalis it's
or maybe the spice.
something expiry lapo. So that's why ulala, hey, you know what, this thing, and can't know, because this thing is now, it's what makes you sleep. And you go into, and all I'm saying is that even now when they say 21 days to comply, take it as an opportunity that they're filtering those that are not. So they're creating a market. Government, I looked at Cyril to say, why 21 days and that? I started looking at it differently. I said, no, hang on. This is a strategy. It's a strategy to eliminate those that are chance takers. For example, you have to comply. If you are a foreigner, you have to have 5 million rand in the country as an investment. and you have to have the correct papers. How are you going to get the correct papers in 21 days? But if you are South Africans, all that you have to do, you just have to have an ID, have a business plan, and have all those things, and then that's it. So let's go out there. Let's not see that as obstacle. It's not an obstacle. It's just a way to filter and create a market. Market that is coming up, there's lots of opportunities for us to take advantage of that. So please, take advantage of those opportunities that are created.
Thank you so much to our panel. That's a hard pill to swallow, that compliance is filtering those who aren't serious and those who are serious, but it's very, very important. Thank you so much, panel. I think our panel is still here. Time. Please, can we give our panel a round of applause? Fulton and Terence, much appreciated. I think we can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. These are industry leaders breaking the stereotype and what people think is happening in the manufacturing industry, and we really, really wish you all the best. On behalf of T, Siyabonga, thank you. Can we have a picture of you two game changers right here in the middle? Yeah. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists, leaders in the manufacturing industry. We genuinely wish you all the best. All right, we are heading over to a break. Have you enjoyed the first half of the program so far? Please, let's give our speakers, our panelists, a round of applause, those who have come here to come and share. I think a lot of us, there's information that we've received. We've been challenged in the way that we think, in the way that we see problems. Transportation, manufacturing, and there's still more to come. But one more last announcement before we go to our break. I'm going to talk to you about this exciting competition one more time. This exciting competition is the netbank Android POS device competition. This is a tool looking to save you time and make it easy for you to run your business. If I'm talking to you, you want to listen to what the features are, and you want to get yourself this netbank Android POS device system. Fast onboarding, end-to-end digital process, cost-effective, same day, not 72 hours, same day settlements to help you manage cash flow, entrepreneurial friendly. And this is what you need to do. Enter the competition, purchase a netbank Android POS device for $1,699 on the netbank app. We've got the netbank bankers outside, right? Just by the entrance. So if you'd like more information on this, please go and see the netbank bankers who are outside. And there's 10 of you who will receive this device for free. Winners to receive 100% rebate on your purchase. This competition will run until tomorrow afternoon, so you want to be here. We're going to head over now to a break for the next 10 to 15 minutes, and then we're going to continue with our program. What I encourage you to do during this break is go and see our exhibitors, network with other entrepreneurs, and we'll be back in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Enjoy the break. Thank you. Just if you're driving a X5 white BMW JY71 KJ GP, please remove your car. You've parked in someone. JY71 KJ GP. It's an X5, a white BMW. Please remove your car or move your car. You've parked in someone. Thank you. 1, 2. All right, if you're driving a Haval, LY77XY, please can you move your Haval? It's in the way, it's parked somebody in. Haval LY77 Those of you who are sitting at the back, please come to the front. You feel so far away from me. If you're at the back, gentlemen, please, can you come to the front? Just so we fill up here in the front. That would be much, much appreciated. Katlaka Advisory, please come to the front. All right, we're back from the break. Can I see by show of hands those of you who have met someone new today? Like new, not Motomo Mutsebang Marao, no Sisho again. We encourage at every workshop, at every summit, that you meet someone new. You never know, that could be your next business partner. It's just nice to know people that are doing things, right? It's about networking. All right, so let's get ready for our Mbaula chat. And this chat will be facilitated by Ulelani Balabala. He'll explain more about what the Mbaula chat is. I think we had an incredible first half. The lessons that we took away, really, really incredible. Guys, please come to the front. The further you come, the more prizes I'm going to give away. Because young please come to the front. Fill up the chairs. Beautiful ladies, please can you fill in the middle? Kalukopa, please. Please. It's hot. All right, let's get this Mbaula chat underway. As I said, it will be facilitated by Bulelani Balabala, and this Mbaula chat is with Mr. Lichane, Mr. Zamani Lichane, and really, really, really powerful. So I'll just briefly read his bio, and then the Mbaula chat will get going. I just want to read really briefly. In 1999, Mr. Zamani Lichane founded Akani Retirement Fund Administrators, which has grown the municipal Employees Pension Fund from 1.4 billion to over 27 billion in assets. Ladies and gentlemen, he'll share more about his journey, but as an HR practitioner at a private construction company, he later joined the local authority's HR department, where he served for 10 years and became a trustee of the local government pension fund. Responsible for identifying sites for shopping centers, this is 20 years of experience as a trustee, inspired the launch of Akani Properties in 2005, a 100% black-owned property development and management company. You'll find out more from him. He's here with us in the building for the Mbaula chat. Please can we show him some love and give a lot of energy, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome onto stage the incredible, formidable, powerful businessman, Mr. Zamani Lichane. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we can do better, we can do better, we can do better, we can do better. Sir, please take your seat. And this Mbaula chat will be facilitated by Bulelani Balabala.
We're just organizing a mic. But maybe just to give some backstory to this. So Mbaula chat is what we traditionally we would call, whether we as Lalini, Township, whatever the case is, as a fireside chat. Now, the fireside chat is with a professional, a thought leader, a business leader who's done extremely well. Now, what we've done extremely well in, or what has been done extremely well to us, is the adoption of Western leaders or other leaders from other platforms. Not to say there's anything wrong with them, whereas we've got amazing leaders who've paved their way in various spaces and industries. So when I, as a Township Entrepreneur, as a small business operating in various spaces, I'm looking for a blueprint. I look for a blueprint reading a book by Elon Musk, or I look for a blueprint reading a book by Mark Zuckerberg, or I look for a blueprint reading a book by Donald Trump, whereas there's a live blueprint that we could reference. So part of this engagement is, number one, to ensure that we know our leaders in our lifetime that we can reference. But the second part of this is then to be able to then, pick the gems that are in their brains and how they were able to navigate their journeys in such a fascinating manner. As if Sbu didn't interview him earlier on, or rather read his bio out earlier on, we'll pretend I didn't meet him, we didn't read his bio, we're meeting the gentleman for the first time, you guys don't know him or his work and you'll find out about it. Mr. Lechan,
Baba,
may you please just introduce yourself to us in your own way and tell us who you are and where you're from.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Zamani Lichane, born in Ekurhuleni. When I look at the faces here, I don't see white head, so I take it that we are not of the same age. If I say Ekurhuleni, you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, Ekurhuleni was a township in Isando, in Spartan, sorry. And during the dark days of apartheid, I think I was between 5 and 6 years. Those yellow bakkies, I saw them removing my family, my grandfather and all that. And they were taken away from there with big trucks to Bani. I'm sure some of you know which section when I say Bani. It's next to Okmo Station. That was the beginning of the establishment of Tembisa. So that was the first section. From there you have Ekurhuleni, you have that section, Agadumehlezi, why do I forget like that? Sidiben Sadumehlezi, no Satate, Sadumehlezi. So thereafter you had the rest of the sections coming up. So I am a Tembisan by birth. I grew up here, and my father's house or parents' family is in Kopanong, Esisane. My father was a policeman and used to have a 2-roomed house in Sidiwensa Sadumehlezi. From there, he bought a 4-roomed house at Kopanong, Esisane. Those who are familiar with Tembisa, you will know which section or part of Kopanong. If I say to you, Kopanong, Esisane. So I grew up there. Now, I'm just trying to be brief because if I give you the entire history, I'm going to take a lot of time, and that is not the township economy. You'll agree with me. So growing there, it was of very much interest. I used to exercise. That's one bit that kept me young. You may think I'm your age. I'm not your age. I'm much older. There was a Tsepo Hall. ZCC Church. That used to be a Tsepo Hall Mola. That's where we used to exercise and all that. So I can tell you more about Tembisa, but that's not what I'm here for. Now, let me just move over there and say to you, when I started work, I've worked for various companies. Maren Robert is one of them. Those days, when I started working, that's early 80s. Some of you were not born yet, and I'm happy to say that. Work or jobs were reserved. The only job that was there for African or typical African people, or indigenous African people or black people per se, as generally known, was for HR, which we were called a personal clerk, or accountant clerk. Those were the positions that, or a clerk, those were the positions which were available. A black person was not allowed even to have board meetings. You cannot be a member of a board. So that's how terrible the situation is. You wouldn't even be allowed to go and look for employment, knock from one factory or one office to another. You're not allowed. You're confined to a labor department where you're supposed to go there and apply and queue for work. Now, if you are found to be moving around, we used to have blackjacks. They were the municipal police. They will arrest you. And if you're not having Section B or Section A in your ID, you're automatically taken out of, in this case, Tembisa or Gauteng. By then it was called Transvaal. You'll be taken out, be thrown into the other world, homelands or from the area where you come from. So life was very tough. I'm raising this because currently, life is easy after 1990. After 1990, you can go look for work anywhere else. You can start your business. You can do whatever you want to do. All what you need to do is to say to yourself, very clear, I'm going back to basics. We all have 24 hours to spend, all of us. And if we're able, in other words, you have eyes, ears, head, hands, legs, and the brains, of course. We have talents, all right? Those talents need to be used. Don't wait until you go down with those talents. Now, after I've navigated my work from different companies as an HR practitioner, at one stage I learned on how to do construction because Mara and Robert, for instance, at the time, was the biggest construction company. I joined them, I worked there, retrenched after 8 years or so, but I acquired the knowledge. Then I decided to join a municipality. After joining the municipality, as an HR, we deal with benefits and all that. There was a pension fund there. That's when then I developed the interest of understanding how the pension fund works. And I must tell you, worldwide, I have traveled. That I can advise you. I have traveled. At one stage, I was a president of South African Retirement Fund. I changed it from South African Retirement Fund, I call it Retirement Fund Africa. Because in our conferences, we used to have a representative from as far as Cairo, even outside South Africa. Namibia, Lesotho, you name them. So they used to attend. That's why I changed that name while I was the president of that association. It's still there. Now, why I'm raising this is because in life, whatever you do, you write your own book. You write your own history. Whatever you do. If you sleep, like what my uncle used to say to me after his dad or grandfather told him, if you sleep, you're denying yourself an opportunity. In other words, you're punishing your body because your body is not working. So after I worked for local government, I was then becoming a trustee. And while I was a trustee, I then decided to learn more about the Pension Fund Act. 1995, I was then nominated to advise the Minister of Finance, Trevor Manuel, in the lawmaking, Pension Fund Act, as well as in the Insurance Act. I was the only black who was sitting and advising the first, call it black president in the country, black Minister of Finance in this country. Sitting there with highly qualified people. By then, I didn't even have my MBA, which I collected in 1998. I didn't have it. But, I told myself, no. I can stand head and head with the shoulders of the, of the elephants. So you know, Professor Arts, I'm sure you know the Cards Commission. I was sitting with them, Professor Asha, CEO of Investec, and Liberties, CEO of Old Mutual, and all that. So I was, you know, sitting with the high-profile guys, but I didn't undermine myself. I thought that I was also one of the professors. So I placed myself at that level and regarded myself as such because I wanted to learn. But I made sure that I understand the law and the game to be played. So it's very important. So wherever you are, like I said, you have the talent and you must use that talent. So after saving there up to 2003, even when, for instance, let me just take you back. When I applied for a license to do pension administration, that was in 1999. Then I registered the company 2001. And that company started to operate. I was also working for a municipality. Then I registered an administration company, Akane Retirement Fund Administrators. It's a black-owned, managed, control company in the country. Black-owned, led, managed by African people or black people. Not that we don't have white people. There are white people that work for us there. But I'm just giving you the leadership that is involved. Okay? In my company, which is very rare in most, even big companies, I can proudly say I've got 6 chartered accountants. I'm not a chartered accountant by profession, okay, but I have the leadership that will assist because we deal with people's funds or people's money. You need to make sure that whatever you do with people's money is properly catered for. Okay. So we have that in place. I've been managing that company now for 23 years. Okay. I can tell you, thank you. I can reliably tell you that the administration of pension funds, firstly, it's a lot of work because you are a custodian of people that are working, that would like to retire, and retirement comes in many phases. A person can resign or be terminated from work because of ill health, because of death, and you get to a normal retirement. So we need to make provisions while we collect these members' money while they're still employed, so that every time these members exit employment, then they get paid. Now, since then, things have been going out very well. Like on my bio, I'm sure you saw it. 2003, when we were appointed, the fund, Municipal Employees Pension Fund, had only 1.4 billion. Who has ever managed $1 billion among ourselves? Since then, until to date, we assisted the Board of Trustees to set up an investment policy. First, investment policy. Then we set up a criteria on which asset managers need to be appointed. That investment policy is informed by the actuarial report. Because the actuarial report will tell you what is the mortality rate of your members, how long are they likely to live, how many will pass on, when, more or less. They won't tell you exactly who's going to pass on, but in terms of the ages, they can give you an assessment. So we had to put up an investment policy. So that investment policy assisted the fund to grow by over $1 billion in the last 23 years. Okay. Today, as I speak to you, the fund is over 27 billion in assets. Okay. Now, 2005, we started Akan Properties, which was then managing and developing property. Remember, early 80s, I told you I work for a construction company, so that knowledge came back. So I had to apply it. That's why I registered the property company. I'm an estate agent. At one stage, I used to sell houses. So I'm a hustler. Okay, you understand, a hustler. Okay. So I used to sell properties. So I decided, no, I registered with the estate agency. I'm still the principal, registered with the estate agency, because when you do development, you need to have credentials in terms of property agency, property management. So I have those. That's why I registered Akan Properties. And as a result of that, we managed to build various shopping centers. The nice one, which is nearer to you, and if you haven't been there, then you have a problem. It's in Bredel, the Radisson Hotel. Okay. Yeah. Who was there among yourself? Who has been there? Oh, I could see some hands. Oh, that's good. No, we'll be launching a nice sky bar on top of that Radisson Hotel. We'll just make it bigger. You must just give me your name so that I can invite you for the launch. You know, I like drinking wine and whiskey. So you'll be invited. You must just give me the names. Okay. And yourself as well. Don't forget yourself. I'm not bribing you. Okay. Thank you. So that Radisson Hotel, it used to be a farm. I used to stay there. When I left Kopano, I went to Hospital View. Okay. Before the elections, I was a big politician there. Okay. Chairperson of the ward. Before 1990 up to 2003, because my company was now becoming very active and I didn't have time to continue anymore. So, coming back to the business side, we built a Radisson Hotel, and funny enough, let me tell you this. That hotel was opened the president of this country, okay, in 2020. Do you still remember what happened in 2020? We could have opened it in March. COVID closed us. We could not open. But towards the end of October, 27th of October, we opened the hotel. Because it was a strategic thinking long beforehand, the plan that was there, COVID did not destabilize for us to open the hotel. After October, most businesses went under, including the hotels. Some hotels never opened. Then you ask yourself, how did it happen that we were able to open the hotel and the president will come and open the hotel? That was smart. Like I said, the talent that you have, you need to turn it around and use it. So that hotel is there. On top of that hotel, those who are there, I know. Though I haven't met, I'm always there. We have a level 7 restaurant. That's the top restaurant in Gauteng. So, if you have not been there yet, do yourself a favor, just visit there and go and see and learn. Like he said, there must be a blueprint. Just go and have a look and compare with our white counterpart if they're doing things better than we can do. But one particular aspect that I must warn you is that whatever you do, you must make sure that you do it 3 times better than your white counterpart. 3 times better, whatever you do, and work within the law. So now in terms of township economy, it's very key that the business that you're working on, it doesn't matter how small or how informal it is, register the business. Make sure you're registered. You need advice. My office is in Kempton Park. By the way, I've got the most beautiful office or building in Ekurhuleni in Kempton Park. If you don't believe me, pass by there, you'll see it's written Akane House of Retirement Fund. How nice it is. So pass by there, let's have coffee. If you are lucky to find me there, because I'm not always there. But most of the time I'm there. So pass by. Now, the other building that is known to some of you, it used to be called Nicol Way Shopping Mall in Bryanston. That building does not belong to Akan Properties. That building belonged to members of the Municipal Employees Pension Fund. I went to negotiate the owner there, sent by the trustees. He wanted 1.6 billion. I managed to get it for 1.4 billion. So that property is owned by the Municipal Employees Pension Fund members. And I can disclose that on a month-to-month basis, we get 29 million. That's what we're collecting. Now you ask yourself, but why a pension fund? Because even members do ask, why do you invest in these buildings? Some will say, we want to go and get discounts. I said, no, discounts. You own the building, you don't own the shops. Okay, they own the building. Now, we sign leases with those tenants, all the shops that you see there, Woolies, Checkers, you name them. We sign leases. So on a month-to-month basis, they pay us those leases fee or revenue that we are receiving. And it totaled 29 million. So that amount, when it comes to our offices, not direct to our offices, to the bank account. Remember, don't keep money. So please don't try your luck. You'll find an empty office with people. No money, no cash. Cash goes to the bank every month. I met one of our bankers, netbank. I'm not promoting netbank. The man will go to netbank account, which belongs to the fund. We'll then, after we've done those collections, we'll pay the pensioners of the fund. On a month-to-month basis, we pay almost 47 million. Okay, to pensioners. This month, because it's November, 25th of November, they get bonuses. 13th check. So we pay double the salary. It's 140 million that we're paying this month. The reason it's 140 is because January, the board approved the increases to the pensioners. They got 6.68% pensioner increase. No bargaining council negotiations. It's been paid. And you can check around. No pension fund has ever given that kind of a figure. Before audit last year, they were given 3%. So the financial year of the fund starts from 1st March, it ends in February. So end of February, if you add 3% plus 6.69, it's 10%. So that's what you do. So there are a lot of properties that I can, if you pass Zerast, there is a new property we opened last year. It's called Autumn Leaf. It's a small suntan in Zerast. If you understand what I'm saying, you know, you go there, it's sitting there, it will greet you. There's no way that you can pass without getting in. You'll just pass by. So there are quite a number of them. In Klerksdorp, we have Makosana Mall. There are a lot of properties throughout South Africa. So I'm just giving you a highlight, which we are managing from our offices. And there are other, you know, smaller sister companies. I think you have seen neighbor funeral scheme here. And I want to give you an opportunity. You know what neighbor is? Maki. That funeral scheme has got over 100 members today that belong to that scheme. So the opportunity we have is that you can partner with neighbor funeral scheme. and participate and make money. Simple. Okay. Simple. So, who are in energy, who are in traveling, those who like to travel like me, there's some Ghana travel next to our offices in Kempton Park. Go and make arrangements and travel. And we'll service you 24/7. Doesn't matter wherever you are. You've got a friend with you. So I'm giving all these pictures or basket so you have an understanding of where we are. In Middelburg, you know Middelburg? In February next year, we'll be opening another Radisson. Okay. Again with the level 7 restaurants. Okay, on top of all those rooms. So it's the first hotel around that area. The other one is in Witbank. It's not that strong. You know, it's a roadhouse or town lounge. It's got a casino, so it's always full. So visit there, have a look. Those of you who prefer to work, if you are a chef, any other position within hospitality, there's an opportunity for you. Okay. Like I heard some of you are doing manufacturing and all that. If you have product that we can give it to our guests in some of our hotels, as I indicated to you, you need to visit our hotel. If you have challenges there, knock on my office and show me your product. You know, but you must produce quality, I must say to you. There's no compromise. You produce quality. Let's take, for example, you planted tomatoes. Your tomatoes are nice and good. You know how tomato look like when it's nice and good. Let's see them. And you can have, you can have a market. You don't have to go, so you just go and deliver. I might just warn you, because sometimes we limit ourselves. When we say township economy, you narrow yourself within the boundaries of Tembisa, in this case, if you are staying in Tembisa. Or do you have other people from other locations? From where? Soshangube. Oh, moms. Okay, I know Sosha, I know moms. Nari pila onako. Look what Chalam, Chadino. You know where it is in Atteridgeville? Yes. So once you can produce, like I was saying, once you are able to, it doesn't matter whatever you produce, even when it's onions, we'll give you an opportunity to supply for the duration of your harvest. So I'm saying to you, don't narrow yourself, because I talk basics here, and I don't present somewhere. Don't narrow yourself and only look at the township clientele. That's why my office is in Kempton Park and I'm born in Tembisa. Why don't I put my office in Tembisa? Tembisa was meant, or all the townships. Remember, in town planning issues, all townships, even the urban, the one in towns, they are townships. But the difference between the two is that our townships or black townships were meant to dump us. It was never meant for us to be productive. So we need to correct that narrative. We need to correct that narrative. So when we talk about township economy, we are referring to the money that is there, that you have in your pocket or in your house. That is the money we're talking about. Now, you can't only say, I'm going to use this money for the purpose of my neighbors in Tembisa or in Mams or Social and all that. No. Make sure that you produce what you can supply for your neighbors. you can produce more that you can supply to the nearest town or even beyond. That's business. Don't confine yourself to an informal business, or you call yourself a small business. You are not an ant. You know an ant? You are not. You are an elephant. Okay. So once you can produce something, make sure that you take it. First, you have your stable market. It's okay within the township. But take it out of the township. Why must you be confined in the township? Take it out. Build a strategic partnership. Like I said, you produce, I'm just giving it as an example. I'm not saying everyone now must start producing tomatoes because I said Rajasen will take that. Or onions. No. Whatever you can produce, which is relevant for the use of, or in a hospitality, bring it up. Bring it up, look at it and say, okay, where can we use this? Or look at our strategic partners and say, who can consume your product? So don't allow your product to go bad because you don't have a market. Or sleep with your product. Don't do that. So whatever you produce, make sure you can service the locals where you are, because there is a lot of money there. That is why you find a lot of big business coming up to the township, because they know where the money is. So start serving your local market, but then take it out of that local market. Don't be confined into the township economy and sleep there. Because you are just reducing yourself, or you are being myopic, like the ox club. No, a horse can only run that way. It doesn't run straight. So don't do that. You must look at it much broader. That is why in my explanation of all the businesses that I started, I'm in various sectors, indirect. Because I keep on identifying areas where I can go in and operate. In the financial sector, there are a lot of challenges when you go in there. I can tell you that even though I've been in the industry for 23 years, even at one stage I advised the Minister of Finance, but I was still subjected for investigation by FSCA. Every year, twice, 3 times in a year, they visit my office in the last 23 years. But did they find anything untoward? Zero. And I'm still here. At one stage, they even used members of the fund to rise up against the Board of Trustees and against Akani. You ask yourself, but what's going on? And it's our own black people who are allowed themselves to be used. I can tell you that there's no member that can say they never received their money. Look at this two-pot system today. Since we started in 1st of September, in fact, started 15th of September. We've paid over 100 million to members. No complaints. But members have been used because it's easy to use South Africans or Africans to tell them wrong things and it just falls. Somebody writes something in a paper, we just accept on a face value. We don't even ask ourselves to say, but what is it? Where does it come from? In the township, let us stop gossiping, because gossiping wastes our own time. If you gossip, let's talk about our business. Who are you dealing with? Who do you supply to? So it opens up ways. And like, hey, mama. Hey, mama. Why worry about next door when you have so much to do in your own family and grow your own family? So it's very important as a person that whatever you do, take an introspection. Just take a step back and ask yourself, what is it that I'm going to achieve on this topic or discussions? If it's not worth discussion, why indulge yourself? Walk away from that. Business is not a CC play. It's like writing a matric. Nah, you did write a matric. But matric as papadi. Okay. You went there knowing, or hey, matric. But you passed. Most of you have passed. Why? Because you dedicated yourself to say, this one I'm going to pass. And you have passed. So even business, if you dedicate yourself, discipline yourself and say, this one I'm going to achieve, I'm going to make it big, you'll definitely get there. I don't have a big time in my apology. I was sent to the bank, they didn't borrow me enough money. They must consider that going forward so that next time I come and talk to you, I'm visible. I have a public opinion. Okay. So it's very important that whatever you do in life, even when you go to sleep, you must never have a dream that doesn't show you direction. These other dreams that you think drinking champagne somewhere and all that, that's not a dream. Maybe you need to drink a lot of water. Okay. When you have a dream must be an idea that you can apply. Okay. You must be able to say to yourself, like what Steve Biko used to say, I write what I like. I'm quoting him now. Steve Biko once said, I write what I like. You must read that book. I write what I like. And in your case, what are you saying to yourself? Do you do what you like, or you do what your friend or your neighbor told you to do, or your colleague? We sometimes miss that point. Business will make you to have a lonely life. But that lonely life will reward you, will make you do things that you never thought you'll do. I once wanted to go to Montego Bay while I was still a youngster. And I did go to Montego Bay in Kingston, Jamaica. I told myself I'll visit Alaska. In the map, there is Alaska there. I have been in Alaska. Forget about this other country where everyone else has been. So it is very important that whatever you do, you'll tend to elevate yourself indirectly to a different level without you knowing. I can sit down and write. I once did that with in fact, one of my partner sent me a list of countries where we have been. He says to me, hey, we need to go back there. So I said, no, I don't repeat unless there's something, conference or something. I prefer to venture and see other countries and learn. Recently, I was in BRICS, in Kazan. And maybe I must also alert you, for those young ones that are not working, as we engage, or the organizers will arrange a list. I know we've got those educational things. We'll arrange a list for those that are not working at the moment. We have signed up a relationship with business owners in Russia. We'll be doing student exchange. Those who are willing and prepared to learn Russian language and to be given a trade knowledge. Because in Russia, they've got schools that are dealing, for instance, with manufacturing, universities, where you can learn how to manufacture cars or vehicles, and quite a number of other products. I'll be distributing, do you know, can you guess? I'm going to be a distributor of vodka from Russia. I tasted it. It's a very nice vodka. I wish you were there. So But it's fine. Going forward, if you visit our hotels or level 7, there will be Russian vodka. We'll be the first to serve pure Russian vodka. And even there, ultimately, I have agreed with the suppliers there or the manufacturers to establish a factory that will do exactly that. That will manufacture this type of vodka. Russian vodka manufactured in South Africa. And obviously we'll need people, entrepreneurs that will go and learn, then come back and do, and that experience, some experiences you don't have to reinvent. You need to copy and learn from others and improve or enhance. Listen, I can talk till tomorrow. I'm not so sure what is my time. I could have asked before.
No,
Otherwise,
but,
I can talk till tomorrow.
No, but you shared some very valuable nuggets. I mean, I was taking some notes. Before I open up for questions, I think for me, the 4 or 5 things that stood out. Number one, it's important for you to expose yourself. And exposing yourself is not just, limiting yourself to the fact that you don't have the money to travel to these countries, but exposing yourself in attending spaces like this, reading books, networks, and engaging with people. The second one is, it's best or nothing. It's the best or nothing. Because I think as Township Entrepreneurs, we should understand that Township Entrepreneur is the location by where we start, but not the limits.
Yes.
Based on what Mr. Lejani said. Meaning that you don't then also then take that and then you then limit the service that you deliver to the people. There's a term called 609. That term must fall. Aksu 609, if a client orders 6, we deliver 6. The third thing really, over and above everything, is work ethic and dedication. Outwork your superiors. Outwork your competitors, number one. Yeah. Number two, outwork the status quo. Because in every industry and in every industry, in every value chain, yes, there are industry leaders, but there's also a status quo. It is said that these industries are dominated by a certain race and group of individuals. So we need to be aware so that we're able to learn the game, play the game, and win the game.
Yes.
But my one question, before I maybe ask 3 or 4 individuals in the audience, one of the things that you spoke about in the story, you mentioned that you are now at this point, you're sitting in a room, there are professors, there are all these learned individuals, and you are now there to advise. You had not received your MBA then. Sorry. How were you able to, maybe let me ask it this way. How were you able to manage the imposter syndrome that came with being in a space? Because sometimes we tell ourselves that there are spaces we don't deserve to be in because there are people that are meant to be in those spaces. And then in answering that question, just linking it to the retirement fund and other businesses that you run. Because I might have grown up and I tell myself, you know what, I'm fine with this particular space. But here you are pushing the envelope and saying, from 1.4 billion, we'll push it up to 2.7 billion, but through diligent practices, where we are outsourcing it to skilled chartered accountants that will bring in, so we don't want to just be the only ones who deliver or rather run that work. How were you able to navigate those things, going into different spaces in your entrepreneurial journey?
Oh, thank you. It's a very intelligent question, I must say. I didn't expect that. I will try to answer it. Never underestimate yourself. When you are with the giants, be that giant. But, capital B-U-T. I can write, I can English. But I'm emphasizing that. If you have an agenda that you are given and you are going to a meeting, you must read it and understand the agenda item. And do yourself a favor. Research. Look what the law is saying on what you are going to talk about. So that when you speak in a position of authority in law. Are you with me? you must be informed. Don't get there and talk as if most poto. You know, just talk. No, no, no. When you say something, it must be informed by the sources that you went through. Give yourself time to read and understand. So that's how I did it. So, like I said, these were professors. And when I went there, I told myself, no, no, no. I've got my own talent as a professor, so I'm going to sit there like them. You know, so I was at the same level with them. I didn't undermine them. I knew that these guys have got certain knowledge, but the knowledge on pension fund, I became a guru because I understood the Pension Fund Act. I read of what is happening in the industry. I understood asset management. I understood the rules of the pension funds, how they are made up, they are made, established, constitutional and otherwise. So that empowerment, it makes me to be stronger in every platform where you place me in. So that's what you need to be doing. Now you ask about the growth in the fund. It's the same, almost similar type of how a person needs to do things. So wherever a person is, whatever you are doing, remember someone might have done it before or it's your first time to do it. Now, do your own research. Nowadays, there's so many sources of information. Use them. Even when it means visit certain companies, just to go and find out what is happening there, they won't refuse. Even though sometimes they can think of, oh, maybe this one wants to steal information. But the little bit of information that will get will guide you, will help you, will give you some ideas on how to go about it. I was not a consultant when I assisted the Board of Trustees to adopt the investment policy and guideline. Remember, I'm not an investment manager, but I attended a plethora of conferences, seminars, training sessions, did diplomas on investments. So I empower myself. So when I write up that policy and I presented to the board, remember 2003, and the board had 1.4 billion. We have never changed that policy since then till to date, because the policy is doing its own miracles. We knew from the policy point of view what kind of asset manager would be looking for. There are different types, though I can tell you it's a slim line between a growth manager and a value manager. But they're there. Your stock exchange have got 40 blue chips shares. So when I took over the fund, they had 16 asset managers. I had to cut them down to 5. And even the adrenaline was sort of going up and down in me. Because at one stage, while I was a principal officer, and I was trimming these different schemes, different asset managers, I asked myself to say, but what if I'm wrong? Because at the time, they funded under 900 million. But you look at the number of asset managers, 16. Then I sat down on my own. I said, no, let me look at how much fees is the fund paying towards the 16 asset managers. Then I calculated them. I look at the numbers. Then I told myself, let me reduce the number to 5. If we were to have 5 asset managers, how much are we going to pay as a fund? I was shocked. I even left the calculation. I walked out of the office to get the fresh air. You know, sometimes if you are shocked, don't stand in one place because you'll collapse. Just stand up and walk. So I walk, think of the numbers from 16 to 5, and that was also easy for me because what I did, Instead of going to each one of these, I don't like this one, I don't like that one. I got one of the consultants to assist me. We analyze each performance of each asset manager in the last 5 years, we eliminated them. Last 3 years, we eliminated them until we get to 5. So amount that we should have spent to the 11 asset managers became a return to the fund because we're now only paying 5 asset managers. So that in itself, for the first year, the fund realized a growth of over $1 billion. And since then, it never changed. But then I didn't stop there. Because remember, when there is time for auditing, you need there to compile a report for all these, allocated shares to these, portfolios, 5 portfolios. By then it was 16. So work-wise, it also reduced our work. Because instead of working on 16, we're now working on 5. So we work on those 5, but for me, 5 was still higher. You know why? Because when I look at the stock exchange, I look at the shares that the 5 asset managers were holding in their portfolio. We're duplicating it. You'll find, by example, you'll find Naspers, which is currently a top type of a share at the stock exchange. Then you have out of the 5, each asset manager has NESPA. They've got financial sector, banking shares. They'll also, each one of them has. And they're all the same. So I said, no, but it doesn't make sense. Why duplicate? We then reduce those asset managers to 3. Since then, we're having 3 asset managers. So even the fees, when we pay, we only pay 3 asset managers. So all the costs that we cover there bounce back to the assets of the funds. And these asset managers, I know when you started, they were asking about performance fee. As I told the board, no, let's look at it. We give you higher assets. Higher assets will result in you getting higher fees. So why do you want a bonus fee? Because we are already paying you to perform. And they agreed with us. We did the allocations, and today it's doing well. Yeah, it's doing very well. So pension fund administration, I'll make it very short. Or the role of the administrator. Firstly, you keep records of all the different members. I have currently 127 municipalities within the Municipal Employees Pension Fund. Despite these other private schemes that are there, our biggest client is that one. So I need to keep a record for all the members in the 127 municipalities. Now, you need to have a system that is dedicated to do your administration. And this is not a cheap system. Now, you got to upgrade your server. I'll be honest with you, I've been doing it every 3 years. Because IT, even 3 years is a long period. You need to upgrade it so that the work becomes easier. Now, keeping that record on a month-to-month basis, you need to bill all the employers. So they must pay according to the number of members or employees that are working. Take, for instance, Ekurhuleni, that are working in Ekurhuleni. We need to know who's there and how much they're earning, how much Ekurhuleni is supposed to pay us. So keep that record. That's the role of the administrator. So a member's record must be kept in total. You must know who's this member in full particulars, home address, next of kin, and all that. So that when it comes to payments, you've got the record with you. If you don't have, the reason why most administrators are unable to pay on time, I'll give you the secret. I know you're not my competitor, so I'll tell you. Even when you are a competitor, it's not a problem. It is because the record in their system is not up to date. So when a member exits, they start correcting the record. That's where the challenge, that's where the trick part is. So you correct the record while the member is still active, so that when the member exits, all what you need to do, you calculate using the system. Our system is, is structured in such a way that we can calculate. If we say you have resigned, you just press a button. The button will calculate. Immediately thereof, we'll email to SARS. Our company was the first to negotiate with SARS to link our system with South African Revenue Services. We were the first. And it took time because I had to sit down with Commissioner Symington at the time. He was not understanding. Because I simply said to him, you want your tax to be paid? I need my client to be paid. So let's agree, let's link up. We don't have to integrate, let's interface. After we've done our calculation, we'll just email it to you instead of sending hard copies and all that. And ultimately, it took us some 3 months. After 3 months, we were logged in. So that type of engagement, it allowed almost all the companies now are linked to SARS. But we're the first. And it makes the job much easier because you email within short space of time. If a member has got no tax issues, you get the directives and we're able to pay the member. So in short, that's what it is. But it's a lot more because despite the member records, remember there's what you call a benefit statement where you need to show how much a member has. You need to keep all the financials, the 27 billion that I'm talking about. Even though we don't have the cash at our offices, but we know where the money is. The asset managers that I'm referring you to, we know that this one has got 8 billion, this one has got 7 billion, the other one has got 6 billion. So we know where the money is and the assets. And every month they give us the report. The system should be able to keep that report. So when it comes to audit, you just print or you just give access to the auditors, they go through into the system and audit whatever they want. So it's a lot of responsibility, but it's possible. It can be done. That's why we're doing it. I don't know why we don't have other, I know part of it, why we don't have other black administrators in the industry or in the financial sector. It is because, I can tell you, it is because the access to this sector is not easy. And that is why today you don't have a black bank in this country. We don't have. Today, for instance, I'll give you a typical example, which I want you to go and look at it as fruit for thoughts. You know, I was reliably informed that 91, you know 91, the former Investec, is now in association with Sanlam. Sanlam has allocated 400 billion rands to be invested by 91. Did you hear what I've said? Sanlam allocating 500 billion rand to be managed by 91. 91 is an asset manager. Now, we can't, as a black family, go back to our roots and talk about Lizima. Maybe some of you don't know what Lizima is. The working together as a community. In the past, our families used to go and plow in their farms. And 5 family members will sit in one farm and help one another. We don't do that. We act like hawks. This one wants to be on their own and all. We can't work together. Here the 2 big business start working together. So it's one particular area that we must look at. Don't find yourself wallowing alone. Make sure that you can work with somebody else, whether it's your neighbor, a friend. Do something together. It could be more than 10 people. Do something together. You know, when you are united, you become stronger. And you are divided, you fall. United, you become stronger. Divided, you fall. For instance, if you put money together and stop this fighting of yours, stop this thing of being selfish. The problem is that we are very much selfish. You know, we have this crab mentality. You know what a crab is? I can tell you another story with the crab. You know, one parent, being a crab parent, was trying to teach his children to walk straight. But when it demonstrates, you know, a crab walk sideways. And the kid says, no, mommy, you are not walking straight. You walk sideways. So they'll follow. But if you put the crabs together, if one goes up, let's say you put them in a bottle, in a bowl. If this one tries to go up, the other one will pull it down. So I'm referring to crab mentality. We don't celebrate our own. If I come here with a big Mercedes Benz, hey, you'll see fingers, hey, woman. Plus, particularly, you know, people like me, work with other people's money. So in other words, I'm not supposed to buy or to do anything better because I work with people's money. But these people's money are paying me. So I don't know whether I must keep this money somewhere so that I don't do anything. You know. So we have that mentality of not supporting one another. We don't. That's why I'm giving this typical example. It happened yesterday. Yesterday. A big company allocating 400 billion. Do you know how much is 400 billion? To another big white company to work together. So in our case, we are unable to put, let's say, 10,000 and work together and we do something better. No. The minute we do that, I'll tell you what's happening, which I've experienced in the past, and I've seen it. The minute we do that, we start, being better than those who are not doing anything. We then start fighting against one another. This one wants to get more as compared to the other one. We can't sit around the table and say, we've made 100,000. What if we use 30,000 and we continue the 70,000? We don't do that. Out of 3 of us, each one of us want to take the 100,000 and leave the other 2 without nothing. That's what we're good at. So let us improve from there and start working together so that we can build South Africa, we can build Tembisa, we can build South Africa. There must be many Zamanis that come from this township, whether it's moms, socials, Liz Gandalf. Kunal was Gandalf. No, I know you won't put up your hand. You don't like that name. So let's leave it. So all what I'm saying is, let's try to work together so we can make a difference. It's very important. Have I answered your question?
No, I think we've got a mouthpiece. I mean, how many people have learned some stuff, some good nuggets that you walk away with? And I think it's important that you don't just learn those nuggets, but you also then go away and apply those nuggets. Our time is very, very tight. I know I said maybe just 2 questions. The gentleman in front, the lady at the back. The gentleman over here with the red cap, and then the lady at the back.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would say good afternoon, Dade Zamani. My name is Nikki Wesikabi, and I'm a repatriation specialist. In my company, we repatriate the deceased from Gauteng to the whole SADC region. I've taken a lot of nuggets from what you've just shared with us, but let me first say thank you for the invitation to the launch. I'll definitely come and give you my name. But I'm sure you would be aware that within the repatriation space, the industry is very monopolized within the funeral industry. So I was fortunate to go to the stall there for the neighbor funeral group scheme. And I wanted to find out how businesses partner with the administrators that are running the funeral schemes, because I find it difficult to penetrate the market because it is very monopolized and they actually pick the big guns to repatriate for them, whereas there's also as small ants that aspire to be elephants. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Sure, Dumelang, sorry. My name is Kamogelo Raps Rapadu. Thank you for the invitation to just speak on that. By the way, I'm a curator by profession, so I'll be curating the performance art part of stuff. So I just want to speak back on what you just mentioned, coming from Tembisa. So I'm grateful to have come and witness you speak. So I want to find out mostly your starting point when you started in the township. What was the environment like? And also, by the way, I'm one of the founding members of the TX Theatre, which is the first and the only theatre we have in the township. So when we started, there were discussions like, you know? So those type of conversations. So how did you overcome those particular stigmas, right? And those particular conversations. And another point that I wanted to make, kudos to you, Bulalani Hanyani. I've been following you for the first tea, even this one when it was packed. So I'm just going to quickly request you that in the near future, let's also include the creative and the cultural economy in this very same discussions, right? Thank you for laughing, right? So we're running theater here in Tembisa. So let's have those conversations. So as part of the Global Entrepreneurship Week, I was tasked to curate a Pan-African colloquium on sustaining and growing an arts organization in Africa. And for the Global Entrepreneurship Weeks, we do not have such conversations with creatives and other, let me just end it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. It was just those two questions. Maybe start with the lady.
Yeah, I'll start with the question from Nico. It's a good question. Look, contact my colleagues, as you already said. We would like to have that kind of a partnership. We are not directly involved with the morgue or mortuaries, but we have a relationship with them. In fact, at the moment, I don't know whether I need to tell you this or not. Are you a gossiper or? I'm not referring to you, to our colleagues here. I'm currently appointed by Santago to restructure their financial sector. Okay. Which include the funeral schemes, create their salaries, changing their system of operation. It's a tough one, but I'm equal to the task. Okay. Now I'm raising this to you because once we execute the function that I'm tasked to do, it means in the 9 provinces, we'll have Santago members that needs to be transported. Most of them are here in Gauteng. Okay, remember Gauteng is a hub. So everyone is here. That's why you are here too. So we need that kind of a service. So you can communicate with us. I'm sure we'll be better off to deal with that. One other part that I might just expand in what you are requesting is that we also would like to improve those funeral parlors that will be associated with us. We're busy engaging with them as a neighbor funeral scheme to make sure that they pick up their standard. You know, I'm this type of a person that don't just take things face value. If the standard is poor, you're not going to work with me. I must be honest and open. If you think you are working from 8 to 5 o'clock, don't even visit our offices. I work 24/7. I'll never grow older. Without exposing my age, I work 24/7 and I'm not going to grow older. Now, whoever want to associate with us, or with me in particular and my colleagues, be ready to work harder. We have a motto at our offices that says, we work hard, we play hard. We balance the two. It's a simultaneous equation if you've done mathematics. Now, I hope I'm covering you. In terms of the curatorship, yes, I did karate. As I told you, Tsepo Hall, that was my training center. And I was also a soccer player as well. Now, we never had people like you, artists. So maybe you can communicate with us. We'll refer to the general managers at the hotel and the restaurant, because arts goes beyond drama and all that. Like the singers, artists, there are services that we provide, particularly when there are events, either at the hotel or at the restaurants. We always have events there. So there's an opportunity. Look at it beyond. That when there are events, you'll organize maybe guitarists, upcoming, and get something out of that. Okay, we have a relationship. Our ambassador is McCoy. No, McCoy, Mugobaja. Yeah, and Slata. Those are our ambassadors there at the moment. But there are many more that were open to support and assist. By the way, I gave advice to most of the entrepreneurs. I had visitation from particularly Brakpan and Tsakani, that side. I've never met one from Tembisa. And I've been always asking myself whether you still have Bozaman go Tembisa or but what Tembisa you know, when you grow up, there was another gentleman called Tsotsi. I don't think you guys know him. Atakom Tambek. But you won't even feel it. The other day, I got a front pocket. Give a lady 6 rand. I wanted to run bluish and all that. Some of you maybe you never seen them because you're still young. Naga Kempton Park, end of the month, Kinamela go Tembisa Station. Or area fan Rebek. Kagoban Tachaman. Sega Magalo, a Hueselam. And a really didn't Chagozaga Moka bag. So all of a sudden, Babuti space. I don't know, only pen, I get an Ekurhuleni, I feel like a dropo. You get Klamu, Tolar Norman, Penny Sagely Noji. 6 rand elaile. You know, our game is so it's very one more trainings. So let Tapnyanela or Gisegao. Egilbeg Tola Raiman. I'm being surrounded. The take it said, but ladies one. Egilbella, Tsotsi, He mo lebeletse mo matlhong o tshoga le wena ka gore na na le di-scratch all over. Na le tso tsa manete. Now, but I was not scared. Remember, now 5th dent I've trained. Then I look at these guys and bona batho ba bula ne na ke ba tsebe ke kwile fela ba rona le tsotsi. So uri mo no re no man ure kunjani mina no ngishap mara ke re ka go re chelete a isa le ke re o tshwara ore mo brogo o tshwantse o utlo rhyme ona le singo a ka go se penny fela se ke no ke sharp yena na na re ke mone khanta ke a mona ene ke mo lebela mo matlho a ke re ba ditaba di mo matlho a ka mo sheba ke no ke sharp a te manja with no ngeta from there a ke re tshwere tšale mo ore phakathela ka lebela e ka itšea 6 ranta yaka ka e busetsa na mole or no uhlala apho yena no ngihlala eMthambeka ke re le yana udula eMthambeka ke ra ngihlala eMthambeka kwabani ke ra ka Sitholo una le Sitholo na le uncle a bereka le mogala na le tata ka na le police. That's why maybe ke bile discipline so Sithole na le CID mo sepodiseng for some of you lamit na beta sa tshanuki ke ra ke hlala go malum Sithole o to ka Sithole te ara phakatela mpa cheletaka ka e busetsa mo ka tsama e ba fitla ba theo ko Van Riebeeck a ka fita ka le theo ko Kempton Park ka tswa from there ke hona ke bona re man se ke botsa o mongwe wa friend ya ka ko toropo ke re o itse tsotsi na wa mpolela gante re bua re tla fitla ba dutse mo Subway wa bona o tla Kempton Park o tsena tlasa sa bo tshwara train a ke tse o sa tsamaya ka ona tsele ka ra ke di-train le tsona na di eme some stage ke thola mo o tshwere o kapo a e cleana daylight ba dutse mole a ka fita nkare ke ba bone so I'm raising this to say sometimes you must be strong, you must not be weekend. Doesn't matter the situation. Take yourself up there all the time. Your shoulders must be up. Don't walk as if you and then you are tired, I think you are alive. So all the time. I'm sure there were 2 questions only. Yeah, so I'm saying, those of you that need advice, write out down your mind exactly what you want to be advised on. I'm more than willing to assist. And if indeed the message that you are bringing up makes sense, I'll be more than willing to hold you with your hands or your hands. Okay. So we walk together because I have certain powers that I have from my ancestors and God that give me this bravery to make things happen. I have those powers to make things happen. No miracles. As I said, it's 24/7. We need to work hard, but we must work hand in hand or work together. So if you have good ideas, anytime phone my office, make an appointment. Don't just rock in. No. Get your things in order so that when you sit around the table and engage, Lena Konova convinced to Rayman, hey, oh, ikaba partner Arona. Your idea that you are bringing, I can simply even say to you, give me 50%, I'll add 50%, let's go. Because you have given me something that I want to use the simplest language, something that will push me to say, let's work together. That will force me to say, let's work together, your idea is good. This is what I can contribute towards your ideas so that you can shine as well. Okay. It could be a group. It could be a group of 10 or whatever number. Got an idea, I put something down. I'm prepared to top it up so we can work together. But don't tell me about making fat cooks. Fat cooks. I'm used to eat them. So please don't take me there. Do something that will make a difference wherever you are, and then you can take it up, even internationally. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Zamani Lechan. Let's give him a big round of applause. What a Mbaula chat.
Thank you very much.
So, sir, thank you so much. We're just going to ask you we're just going to take a picture here. And thank you so much for the photographer.
All right.
Let me hold this for you. Okay. Thank you so much to, oh yes, and the lanyard. May I please take this? I'll show you now. May I please just, yeah.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Is it fine there? You can stand here. Just. Thank you so much to our online guests. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. It was amazing. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good. I'm just now going to hand over to Spoo. It's our last panel. Then we close the day, in actual fact. Thank you so much, Spoo. How was that session, guys?
All right, a big thank you to Bulelani and Mrs. Amani. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. I think it's such a blessing for us to be here and to be able to hear it from the horse's mouth, right? Because these are people that we see, these are people that we read about, but to be in the same room with them and to hear it from them is a massive, massive blessing. And you took the opportunity, you showed up, and as Bulelani said, it's about now taking what we've heard and implementing it in our lives and in our businesses, right? Let's get ready for the last panel discussion, and then it's a wrap. Thank you so much. Some of you have been here, a lot of you have been here since very, very early in the morning. It's our last panel discussion, and then it's a wrap. You know, when you stay for so long, it also shows your appetite for hunger for knowledge, because we can go to other places and stay until the AMs. We know those places. But I mean, the fact that you're here, you could have left at any time, you could have left after lunch, you're still here, it says a lot. And we appreciate you. Thank you. The last panel, yeah, you can clap. Clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Our last panel is focused on the green economy, Ekasi. You and I both know that townships have long been active in green practices like recycling, especially pick it up on those days, pick it up. There's a lot of recycling that takes place. Sustainable energy solutions, urban farming, and eco-friendly manufacturing. The green economy offers township entrepreneurs new revenue streams, new opportunities, while creating environmental conscious communities that are resilient and sustainable. So our next panel, we've got experts, individuals and entrepreneurs who are in the green economy to come and share with us, you and I, the opportunities that are there and how we can create businesses that are eco-friendly and sustainable in the green economy. So our first panelist is Maluta from Netbank. Maluta. Please can we put our hands together for Maluta. Netsaulu from Netbank. Please come on stage, my brother. And then we've got Lizzy P. Siyotula from Mchezana. Lizzy P. Please join us on stage, my sister. It's our last panel. Ori Singh from Helpers at Hand. Ori Singh, please come and join us on stage, my brother. Right, thank you so much, panelists, for joining us. Just to kick it off, I would like you to introduce yourself. Who are you? What do you do? Why the green economy and not the purple one?
Yeah, or my hair color. I'm Maluta from netbank. I head up the green economy portfolio at netbank. Yeah, I'm quite passionate about this space. Originally, my previous role, I used to be a commercial banker. I'm an agricultural economist by profession. And over the past maybe 13, 14 years, I was in commercial banking. And just 2 years ago, I transitioned to the green economy on the development finance side of things. Because I felt, I'm tired of enriching the rich, who those are. And I wanted to use my expertise and my experience as well to really build capacity using the knowledge I have of the financial system, as well as to help entrepreneurs to be sustainable, to be resilient, and to be profitable so that they can go on and create wealth and then sustainable livelihood in the community. Thanks.
Thank you. Lizzy?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lizzy Male. I'm originally from Emlas, at Durban. And so through and through, I think I understand what our people need in the township. Particularly, I've then gone on to use my skills as an electrical engineer, and for the past 7 years being an entrepreneur in the energy space, to then be a catalyst for the development and deployment of sustainable energy solutions in the African continent. It is our passion to now take the message to the grassroots, which is the rural and the peri-urban communities, including townships. What we do is we offer 10 key solutions development, engineering, technology selection, and then pair that with services of tailoring alternative energy solutions for residential clients, for big business, and particularly for small business. We have been in the business for 7 years. In Pursuit Renewable Energy was founded in 2017, really out of a passion to use my lessons from corporate and using my skills and experiences, having worked in the REIPPP sector, to now craft solutions that are built by Africans for Africans at all levels of community. Now, what makes it special and why not the purple but the green is the fact that it's been proven worldwide through research that the green economy focused by any country has massive benefits. There's economic growth, then there's inclusivity of marginalized communities, and there's also a heightened economic development of those countries that now focus on building green economy ecosystems. And so we as In Pursuit are proud to be part of that, but most importantly, I think in the past 12 months, having worked with the IDC, having worked with netbank partners, we have, powered up of almost 50 entrepreneurs using solar, battery energy storage. And so for us, the green economy definitely has proven to be a platform where In Pursuit can now play a significant role in ensuring inclusive economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, before you answer, my brother, was it intentional for you to wear the color green?
Our branding identity includes green.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine.
We make it obvious what we are
Green
all
economy.
about. We
Sure.
don't want people to think, any other way. Yeah.
Okay.
Green intentionally so.
Okay.
Also, she's also a beneficiary of some of our programs, so I think I think she can't help it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it was just an ask. Just an ask. My brother?
Thank you so much, Spu. Just to introduce myself, good day, everyone. My name is Ororise Monke, and I'm the Managing Director of Helpers at Hand. Who are we? So Helpers at Hand offers specialized cleaning and waste management services to commercial, residential, as well as industrial customers. And over the years, we have been a key role-playing company within the green economy. And it is for that reason why we're here. And Fulton, in his previous presentation, when he spoke about that in Township, when others see rubble, when other people see rubble, they see rubbish, while for others, it's actually an opportunity. And I thought he's speaking to me because what we do is that we're recycling rubble back into building bricks as well as instant cement. And you asked the question, why the green economy? We are in a revolution, Spu, and our revolution is to preserve human life as well as Mother Earth. And what green economy attempts to do is to make sure that we improve the quality of living for people and ultimately also preserving the earth. And the green economy has been perceived to has a potential between 2020 and 2030 to create around 60 million jobs for people. And I believe the time is now more than any time. The time is now for us to actually take advantage of that market to alleviate the standard of living among our people, particularly the black marginalized people. And like my sister has just alluded, that green economy also has economic benefits outside of environmental benefits.
Fantastic. Yeah, we can give them a round of applause. I want to get to, you are in the township, right? And you've got other colleagues that are in the township that are in the green economy. And you've got other businesses as well that are trying to adopt green practice. What are some of the challenges that you see, you experience entrepreneurs in the township facing when trying to adopt these green practices? I'll start with you, Mubin.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not an entrepreneur, so I'm in what they call an investor, right? So we've invested over 150 million over the past 3 years.
Sure.
Like into entrepreneurs, but obviously through partners. So the challenges that entrepreneurs face is quite a lot. There's a multitude, but we can drill it down to a few things. Obviously, finance is one thing, but then there's also external risks, like climate change, social risk, like with the looting. There's also risks around, succession. There was a gentleman that spoke about, I think there was the lady from IDF. So you must, you must plan with an exit in mind.
Sure.
So there's those things. But when we come back to the green economy, I think for me it's about how do you safeguard your business and position it for success. Something as simple as water. But water is a big thing, especially in Gauteng. Like Day Zero, there's talks about that. But if you're running a salon or you're running a car wash and all those things, and suddenly there's no water, how are you going to survive?
Sure.
You need water. Otherwise, people, if you don't have a strategy, you haven't done something about it, install maybe tanks or something like that to help you, continue producing or servicing your clients when there's no water, then you're going to have a problem. Or if you're running an ice cream shop or anything that requires electricity in general, and there's load shedding. In the townships, we don't even talk about load shedding, there's load reduction. My friend and myself wanted to buy a plate, we're hungry, so he was sitting on WhatsApp to this guy, and then he said, hey, can we come through? This guy, hey, bro, I don't have electricity for the past 3 days. Here in Tembisa.
Sure.
For the past 3 days. This guy is running a business, food business, and he cannot run his business because he doesn't have electricity. Imagine the lost income, the lost clientele. So all of a sudden we had to go somewhere else, but we could have gone there. So there's those things that you as small businesses, we might take for granted, but there's opportunities to make your business resilient from those things. If, like in the residential space, with the whole thing around load shedding, we saw a lot of people that can afford, solar. Like I've got solar at home, but it was more of a convenience perspective. I mean, if there's no electricity at home, no one's going to die, right? Unless if you've got a condition that requires you to have electricity. But for a business, they live and thrive or die by that. They can, like literally. So it's important that when you think about your business, you don't just think about, I must do, yes, they're putting things like learning about financials and market and all this, but there's also things that if you don't plan for them and adopt them, like for example, some of the things is about opportunities. If you're running, like the guy that was here he says he's an agripreneur, he's making sauces and all those things. He could just do that and it could be fine, but there could be opportunities if he's going to be peeling potatoes and carrots and whatever, or offcuts of different vegetables like spinach or whatever. There's an opportunity there for biogas. There's an opportunity there for composting and whatever, and then he can sell that, and it becomes an additional revenue stream to his business.
Talking about opportunities, while we're on opportunities, entrepreneurs are here sitting, watching. There's some who are watching online. What opportunities are there for entrepreneurs in the green economy?
Oh man, there's quite a lot.
Looking at where we are and the future trends, to get them thinking. The opportunities
there's
that you have
opportunities.
for
Like
them as well.
if you look at food, it's about a quarter of the population is food insecure. So that's on nutrition, right? And then if you look at, from a transformation perspective, almost 90% of the food that we eat comes from 10% of farmers. That's commercial farmers. So we're talking from a food security perspective, and then we're talking about from a transformation perspective. Those are both opportunities. Whichever way you look at it.
Sure.
So it's about how do we help solve these gaps. Gap for food security, means that we need to fund a lot of smallholder farmers, emerging farmers, so they can be able to learn the skills to farm productively, efficiently, have the technologies that are required for them to be able to have quality tomatoes and onions, like the guy that was here, that you can then go to this guy and then he can take them on, and then he can be able, or we can sell to the market or whatever. The other thing is about 11% of the economy of people in South Africa don't have access to electricity. Those are the stats, right? So that is an opportunity that one can then look at it in terms of, if you want to go into this space, what can you do as a business or someone from the outside as an opportunity for you to come in to close the gap? 8 million people don't have access to clean drinking water. That's a real life statistics in South Africa. Hammanskraal, we had an issue, it continues to be an issue, that people are dying because they are drinking contaminated water, et cetera, et cetera. And then on the waste side of things, only 10% of the waste that is generated, about 122 million tons of waste that we generate in the country, only 10% is recycled. So the rest, 90%, ends up in landfills. It ends up getting burnt. Our people like to burn waste, right? At the back of the yard, whatever. But that is opportunities that you can use. PET, this thing, you can make a lot of things. Or if you don't want to make it, you can just, collect it and give to someone. You get money. I don't know how much it is. Or you can use it to make flint. If you got the machinery to do that, and then you can make garments. Then it replaces cotton and all those things. So there's opportunities, my brother. It's just that we need to be open-minded. We need to read about it, and then we need to seize those opportunities. We fund. I like at netbank, my job is to look for those opportunities, to look for the partners, and so we can invest in those opportunities, because there's a ton of value in this space.
Sure. 150 million in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Incredible. Lizzy P, your side?
So what we see as challenges for entrepreneurs, I think with all the speakers today, everyone is agreeing that energy solutions, in fact, energy is one of the pillars of the green economy, is one that is critical because it runs across all sectors. So you can't run a recycling machine without energy.
Sure.
Right? You can't, automatically agro-process without energy. You can't pump water without energy, nor purify water without energy. And so we really take that serious as a player, as an energy player in the green economy. And what we've seen is that what businesses are struggling with when we speak to them about alternative energy solutions, first thing is there are myths about sustainable energy solutions. The first thing is they are expensive. Okay, that's one. And number two is they are not sustainable, meaning they will never match in the performance of coal-generated energy. So that's another one. And then thirdly, it's just the fear around, now having to interact with energy generation machinery. Remember, we are used to power stations being in Mpumalanga, and all of a sudden, you've got an inverter sitting in your garage, you've got a battery sitting in your garage, and you're thinking, my God, what if this thing catches fire? So there are then things that we as In Pursuit have identified, not only just to offer, tailored solutions, but to first educate small businesses. By the way, around 80% of our business portfolio currently is made up of small businesses, across townships and rural. So we understand that. And what is going to be important in order for people to really benefit from, the green economy ecosystem? We will not be able to get around this one. Everyone must empower themselves with the knowledge around, waste management, water management, and energy management. Because what ends up happening, for example, in our industry, as a sustainable energy solutions providers, this is when businesses get sold over specified systems, which then turn out to be more expensive. Once in the past 2 months, as we're deploying these 40 systems across small businesses only, once we started sitting down with small business and really asking them simple questions like, what is the one machine in this business that you can't do without? Which lights in your business can you do without? And then we only found that actually the solution only needed to be catered to about 50% of the load. And 50% of the load, when you then look at the cost, it becomes much more affordable and less scary. And then what we then found, because obviously small businesses need financial help, when they take those numbers to their sponsors, the sponsors are like, how? This is something that we can do.
Sure.
Which is why then the IDC currently rolling out the IDC Township Energy Fund. I think they're going to be empowering over 500 businesses across South Africa, for which we will be responsible as In Pursuit to deploy about 98 of them. Because we have used our experience in the past, I think 7 years, as a solutions provider in this industry to understand that it starts with the education, getting the businesses to a comfortable position, and also getting the sponsors to a comfortable position and educating them around how one can make the deployment of such solutions for small businesses, affordable and be more tangible now as solutions to small business.
Thank you. Your thoughts, Oro Singh?
Thank you, Sbu. I think one of the most challenge that township innovators within the green economy face is access to information.
Sure.
So many innovators within the green economy from the township that we're coming from are sitting with ideas that could take Africa to greatest heights. But because of lacking of information in terms of where to go from here, they are unable to actually get to that level in terms of their competence. And I think I'm also reminded of one of the initiatives that Netbank is also a part of, the green bond, which its current listing on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange stands at 1.7 billion rand, which is a bond that is set aside for township innovators to help them scale their ideas, to help them scale their innovation, right? But because of lack of such information, that's one challenge that majority of township innovators within the green economy are faced with. But also having to talk on the opportunities that you spoke about within the green economy, there are quite a number of opportunities. I mean, outside of environmental opportunities, which preserves the human life and preserves the life of animals and Mother Earth. I mean, I spoke of it, the social side of it, the social benefits to it is that the green economy has that potential to create around 60 million jobs, right? Which will help people to make means and living out of that. That's the economic side of it. But also these rubbles that we find, I mean dumping sites that we find in our townships, they are a threat to human life. When on the news just recently, the poison that was found that has been killing people, particularly the children in Soweto. It was said that one of them, it's a rat poison. And these rats come from these dumping sites that we find in residential areas. They make themselves into our households, into these labs that are run in the backyards, you know. So in getting to address this problem, ultimately we'll be able to solve the challenge that we are faced with that poses a threat to human life.
Thank you. So, one of the pillars of the summit is information, access to information. And I would like the panel to share with our audience, those who are here and those who are online, where did you go to get the information that you got to take your business to the next level? What websites, what books, what platforms, what forums, because we want to make sure that people leave here practically knowing what to do. Because we said information, but where do we go? Where did you go?
Thank you. So I was fortunate that my life's passion is energy generation, science, and engineering. So I was fortunate at least to have that base knowledge. But when I made the transition to become a renewable energy specialist, no one in the country had those skills, which is why the first 2 rounds of our big renewable energy project were actually owned and run by international consultants as well as independent power producers. However, what I then did, I became, confident and approached my boss and said, listen, I think I want to transition because I think this is a new industry. And that's how I then went into the industry. What I would then suggest that people do in order to find out more information, it is to attend seminars like this because experts like us can basically give you a summary of what the whole industry is all about and give you the value chain and the supply chain. So that's one. And then secondly, associate yourself, especially if you're a business. I'm a product of phenomenal incubation programs, of which, in fact, the key one was funded by Netbank, which is the Fetula incubation program. And so my business basically grew tenfold as a business, to then become the size of a business where we've deployed over 70 sites across 4 provinces in South Africa, 10 key solutions for small business and for households. And then lastly, find yourself a mentor. And a mentor is someone who can really, also show you places where you can go to find out information about, the kind of specialized industries as well. And then lastly, read. TikTok is not enough. A 15-second video is not enough to tell you about the green economy value chain. So you're going to have to, suck it in, spend time, and read articles from the beginning to the end. And I think it is what it is. And then lastly, young people have to take subjects in science and technology. The green economy is science. The green economy is technology. And so, as in Pursuit, we are very pro-STEM careers. Because there is just no way around it, you know. And so I think the work that we're going to be doing, I think in the next phase is to, you know, come to Tembisa and speak to, you know, high school students from grade 8, because by grade 12 it's too late. You know, they've already chosen their subjects. And if we are, as Black people, going to play a significant role in this rapidly growing and multi-billion industry, we have to capture the next generation very young and encourage them to take up careers where they'll be at the core of this industry.
Thank you very much. Maluta?
I think he must go first. I will repeat nicely.
All right. No, thank you, my brother. You're asking a very important question, Sbu, and I think my sister has touched on basically the majority of it. I mean, I personally come from the social sciences background. And when I came into this, I had no idea about what the green economy is, about the built environment as well, because what we're doing, the production of bricks and instant cement falls under the built environment, which is engineering, you know. And coming from a social sciences background, it had to start first with me to acknowledge that I don't know better and I want to learn.
Sure.
So in order for you to get to that position of getting to know, you first need to acknowledge as an individual that you don't know better and expose yourself to learning.
Sure.
And I think my sister, like I've said, she has touched on it. First, you expose yourself to such settings. You know, you attend conversation, you become part of conversations. I mean, ever since we came into the industry, with one of the settings that we've been exposing ourselves to is the Big 5 construction in Southern Africa that happens every year at Galaga here in Midrand, you know, because we want to know and we want to grow. And at the same time, you learn. The mistake that we almost made when we came up with this innovation was to take it to consumers before it was tested.
Sure.
And had we done that, probably today would be in trouble, because you'd hear somewhere in Katlehong a house fell because the brick that was used to build did not meet the standards, you know. But having to read around that, the standards, the minimum standards that a brick has to meet, you know, compliance that my brother was speaking about earlier today, to say the importance of compliance in as much as we're complaining, but it also protects us at the same time, you know. But yeah, I think it's that exposing ourselves to settings and conversations, as well as reading and finding time to read. Also mentorship. Mentorship is also very important, to bring someone with experience and knowledge that is far beyond what you know, to hold your hand and make you walk the journey and guide you where you're doing wrong and when you're doing right, so that you can ultimately reach the ceiling to where we want to see ourselves. But unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, we are too hungry as township innovators, and we instantly want to become billionaires. And that's one of the mistakes that we do, that when we come with an innovation, we quickly want it to go to the market, to consumers, so that we can start generating incomes. Like my brother over there asked the question to say, when you come from such townships, you are told that you're not good enough, you won't make it. So we want to prove a point. And as a result, we find ourselves skipping these important steps that we should be following for us to ultimately get there. So reading, mentorship, and exposing ourselves to conversations.
Powerful.
Yeah, I think what I've realized, especially with township entrepreneurs, that when they hear climate finance, green finance, or the green economy, automatically they exclude themselves. Business ecocasi, so what does that have to do with me? You know, without realizing that when you talk green, it's a mindset, right? An intention to change. You know, you want to change from what you were doing to something that's going to save the planet, that's going to save your business, that's also going to be, socially inclusive. The green economy is very inclusive. I mean, I can't think of any business. It can even be a funeral parlor, my brother. That it can be a green enterprise as well. It's about, in terms of systems and processes, it's about the adoption of technology and innovation. They need a lot of energy, right? You know, you can use solar or like energy efficient, you know, like lights and all that stuff, water, all those things you can put, you know, things that are going to help for the business to keep having water, to use less water, et cetera, et cetera. So in business, like fashion, there's a lot of waste in the fashion space, you know, fast fashion, you know, things that's going on. But there's businesses, and these are things that we currently fund, that are sort of, they will intercept the waste from the likes of Choreographed and At Home and these big brands like the Woolworths and all those things, the off-cuts or things that haven't been used, like the fabrics, and they will go and make other stuff, high-value stuff. You know, that's what happening. Construction is already talking about it, repurposing of buildings. You know, you can do that. That then helps because the built environment industry is very high in carbon in terms of footprint. But there's a lot that can be done outside of design, you know, of green buildings and all that stuff, so that you can help the sector to use less virgin materials, to repurpose, you know, all these buildings so that, you know, you can help the environment and also help yourself as well from a cost perspective. You can look at things in last mile delivery, the guys that were here talking about transport.
Sure.
There's a huge movement now around how do you electrify that, because it's very much fossil fuel like based. They're using a lot of diesel and all that. But now there's things that are happening in terms of electric vehicles, there's things that are happening around electric scooters, you know, things that deliver in terms of Uber Eats and all that stuff. So it's about that. But I think for us, like, because we are ecosystem builders and we are funders, so we see a lot of things that are happening. We fund a lot of these incubators and accelerators. So we know what's going on in terms of the type of support. Like we do a lot of, at least from idea stage, we fund that and then take the guys through the whole design thinking process from ideation to prototyping to all these things until they've refined their business models, and then we then fund them as and when they need the funding. It could start as small as 50,000 Rand, and as they grow,
Sure.
and we've got different funds we've done with like Tula, where we can invest about 250 up to 250,000 Rand into a business like cash for them to do what they need to grow. And then we also have quite recently the netbank Indalo Fund with Indalo Inclusive. That is a loan, concessionary loan, goes up to 500,000 Rand, repayable over 3 years, and then that if you outperform your KPIs, then you can sort of, we can convert a portion of it, 25% of it into a loan. So there's a lot of funding that goes into entrepreneurs, but they need to go. But the trick with such things that even though money is free, what we need, you pay us back through impact. And the way we're going to know that your business is impactful is when you report, you know, when you comply and when you report, how is the business doing? How many people have you employed? How many tonnages of waste have you recycled? You know, how much water have you saved this month? You know, you need to be able to do that. Then we are able to report, and then by so doing, then we can get more money to then pump into these businesses.
Thank you. Lastly, just your 1 minute words of encouragement to entrepreneurs who are in the green economy. Why do you like passing the mic, my man?
Ladies first.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother. Just a minute, words of encouragement to entrepreneurs in the green economy. You can shoot.
Like I've said, the most important thing that entrepreneurs within the green economy need to familiarize themselves with is information that is involved within the economy. And innovation is a very lonely job. And majority of the times, people will tell you that you are not good enough. And even when they don't tell you others, you will feel like you're not good enough. I don't know how many times I felt like I'm not good enough, because I had written letters and emails to too many departments to no response. And at one point I felt like there's no point, let me just tla ke tlogele nje, wa tshwana. And only then it came to register to my mind that the problem was not what I was selling to them, but the ears that it went to. And it's unfortunate that majority of the times we write to people who don't even know what we're talking about. They have no knowledge about the clean economy. They don't know what you're talking about. So the minute that person gets a letter on their desk, they don't even know where to start to help you. And as a result, they ignore. So that's the advice that I want to give to township innovators out there, to say keep pushing until eventually you find the right door that will open for you. It's part of the process that we go around knocking, but we're knocking on the wrong doors. The right door will come to open. Just keep pushing.
I think I'm going to build on that, also based on what we learned this morning about what investors are looking for. It is very important to engage investors and collaboration partners that are aligned with your vision and your objectives, because the falling of the message on deaf ears, it's one of the detrimental, I think, impacts of why entrepreneurs are demotivated. So it then goes back to the work of saying you need to do research to who you are sending the message to, whether it's for a platform to sell your idea or a platform to fund your idea. It is important. You would rather spend 3 weeks researching who you want to send the message to, and then only spend then 1 week to then go and get an opportunity to send the message or the request. That I also agree with my brother. And then the other one is you have to find spaces and tribes that speak your language and also have the same energy as you. So our success at In Pursuit, we definitely attribute it to having found the right sponsor, like netbank. I mean, when we said we're doing renewable energy, they're like, okay, that's the energy legs, come through, And then when we found the incubator, which was funded by netbank, the incubator just knew where to place us. And when we then got to the incubator, we found the very same energy. And I cannot stress how that is important. I spent about 18 months in that incubator, and I can tell you now, my business has never been the same, and my life has never been the same. Just because in 18 months, I incubated myself with the right sponsors, the right, guiding, and also the right people who were other entrepreneurs that were really, vision-based people and purpose-based people.
Sure.
Yeah, I think for us, we're also quite passionate. Like I know even with her, I think she's in the solar business or renewable energy. I don't want to, yeah, let's keep it there. What we do, we go above and beyond. So I'm trying to say to the entrepreneurs, yes, you might be desperate for funding, but sometimes you need to, in that desperation, find the right partner, right? That's going to have a long-term view. Yes, you've got a need now, but they need to be able to stay with you as you are through your SME journey, from, the stages. So what we did even for her, I mean, in the solar space there's high barriers of entry, there's things around social capital, which she has done. But what we did through our netbank Evo, we've got a solar unit there. We introduced her so she can source the stuff herself instead of relying on some guy, and then she gets hammered on the margins. Now she can go to netbank, get these discounted rates, and now she's a big player. She's calling the shots. She's able to aggregate, So that's what we do. We make sure that the guys we back, we're gonna back them for the long haul. We're gonna give them the funding that they need when they need it. We're going to also obviously give them the capacity they require from a skills perspective, and then also we back it up with the funding as well. So we're quite serious about this space. We see a lot of opportunities in the township economy, and I'm hoping and praying that over the next year, then we can then do something with tea, you know, specific program or workshops that are just green economy or circular economy related, that will then start to help the entrepreneurs in this space to understand first, and then to adopt, and then we can start seeing the outcomes and the impact. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please just put our hands together for our panel. Kobarba Shapeleng Matsoho, Maluta from Netbank, KZP, Chizana, and Ori Singh. Thank you so much. Did you enjoy? Were there some takeaways? Should they come back again? Must they? Hey, time. Hey, time. Yeah, time. Thank you. Go Baraba Shapeleng Matso one more time. Really, really appreciate it. Please, can we get a photo? Is there something wrong? Yeah. Find your tribe. You've got a question. Please, can you ask the question? We've got 2 minutes to wrap up. There's a question for you. I think she's still around, and she will answer the question. We've come to the end of day one of the summit. As I said earlier on, there's a question. Okay, they said we must. Whoa. You're working for an advisory firm and you are asking for advice. Okay, no, I'm joking. Where's the mic? Can we get her the mic? Get a mic. Let's get you the mic. There's a question for you, please. Yeah, I'm going. Past 4, entrepreneurs still in the room. Hungry. My
name is Kutsone, and I think we met outside and we had a chat a bit. I'm a finance intern, and in the finance sector, I mean, every second counts. The importance of having an uninterrupted power supply is very significant. So I wanted to ask you, what challenges or risk have your clients that you've serviced, or maybe your projects rather, have you encountered in renewable energy, and how did you address them or resolve them, so that we know that when we approach you, we are approaching a reliable source, or in that sense?
Sure. Well, that's a deep question for after 4. We must level it down. Eh? Very powerful question. Please, over to you.
No, thank you for your question. I know we had a long chat outside around the industry. So I've been in the industry for 18 years, and particularly spent around 12 years, since 2012, in the renewable energy space. And so you can be assured that you're talking to a seasoned professional. That's number one. Number two is, we are not a solar company, so we understand alternative energy from an all-round perspective. And so when we go into solving energy challenges for business, we look at it holistically. And I always do advise our clients to always look at it in the long term. What we've seen is that clients always say, the technology is expensive right now. But then we then go ahead, because there are, learned clients like yourselves, where you can sit someone down and take them through, for example, the cost saving and the payback period assessment. So we will show you how much you'll be spending on your system. We will then show you how much you are currently paying. We'll then show you in the long term how much you'll be saving from energy generated from solar. Now, on top of that, there's even another dimension, because we will show you the value of the impact that you were able to escape by not being offline when there's infrastructure outages. We take that value, and when we add it to your savings, it definitely gives us an obvious answer that small business and big business, they definitely need to adopt, alternative energy solutions. We are not solving for load shedding. We are solving for the impact of outages of power. In addition to that, we are trying to insulate energy users from extremely increasing energy cost. For example, right now, Eskom is asking NESA for between 35 to 40%. And we know as in Pursuit what that means when energy cost in a business as an expense can increase by 40%. It can take you out within 1 year. So we are an all-rounder. We've worked in big business, we've worked with small business as well. We craft the solutions from a big aspect. We craft the solutions not only from those who do formal business, but for those as well who do informal business. I can assure you, we are a partner that is well tested. We didn't start when load shedding started. We've been in business for almost 10 years now, and so you can be assured that we will slice your challenges in all directions to ensure that the solution that we give you is all round and it's long term.
I'm feeling in my spirit a business transaction has just taken place. Either way she sold that business, trust us, we are seasoned. Thank you so much one more time, ladies and gentlemen, to our panel. Much, much appreciated. I think this is what it's about, right? Coming together and networking with each other, access to information, access to market. And unfortunately, we've come to the end of day one. Did you enjoy? Can I see by a show of hands those of you who learned something today? You learned a lot? We encourage you, please share on our social media platforms as well. What is it that you learned today? And we've always been of the point and of the view that when you come, don't come alone. Or that one entrepreneur, their lives wouldn't have been the same. Because you've been exposed to this, let's now help people around us to get exposed to these environments, to this kind of information. And tomorrow is round 2, day 2. What like a round 2? Tomorrow is day 2. Can I see by show of hands those of you who are coming tomorrow to day 2? Okay, keep the right hand up. If you're coming to day 2, right hand up. Okay, if you're bringing somebody with you tomorrow, let me see the left hand. All right, so 2 hands. So we encourage you, every single one of you, please bring someone, come with another entrepreneur together so that we all grow together. Angit, we want to say big, big thank you to our online audience. We do know that some of you have been online with us from early in the morning, from around 7:30, 8:30, or the time that we started the program. Thank you so, so much for the love, for what you've shared. We really, really appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. So tomorrow, please do come early. One thing I know for sure, it's going to be packed tomorrow. And we're still running our competition for the netbank. You're entering tomorrow, okay? The POS device, okay? Tomorrow afternoon, we'll know there'll be 10 people in the audience who are going to walk away with this netbank Android POS. 10 lucky winners will get 100% rebate on your purchase. It could be you. It will be you. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Also, when we do get home, let's not forget to share the love on our social media platforms. Let's share today's live session. Hashtag join us for tea. Hashtag teas 2024. Hashtag together. It's a wrap.